Chapter 978. When Wu Shuang's eyes met, the space froze for a moment. When he saw where they were standing, Ming Ming frowned slightly. Did this mean that someone had beaten them to it? He did not expect that someone would actually be able to arrive here before them. Could it be that these people were very familiar with this place? Or were they the reincarnated gods? No, they don't have the smell of reincarnation on them, Yun Nuashing said in her soul. Although you can't sense it, but, well, as an experienced reincarnator, I can clearly sense other reincarnators unless they're divine realm reincarnators or above. It's easy to distinguish the smell on them. Then who are they? Ming frowned slightly. She had no impression of these three people. There was no need for her to remember them. She did not pay attention to them at all. Sometimes, even if she had interacted with them before, she would quickly forget them if she did not know them well. Only Yun Nuashing had a little impression of them because she had paid attention to them. Who knows? To us, they might just be passers-by. To them, we are also just passers-by. As for how they came in, Yun Nuashing scratched her head. I don't know. Maybe they were lucky. Of course. I'm just saying it on the surface because I don't want to think too much. In fact, they must have their own ways to come in. Either they were lucky or they received some kind of decree. I'm not sure. It's precisely because there are too many possibilities that I like to say lucky, to express that I don't want to think too much. For now, they don't seem to be hostile. It's very likely that they have obtained the immortal song here. Ming's expression was calm. She asked in her soul, Brother, what should we do? Don't worry. This thing is not a one-time thing. They took it. As long as they don't destroy it, we don't have to worry about it. As Yun Nuashing spoke, she took a step forward and waved her hand in greeting. Yo! The three of them were slightly stunned. Yi Wenlu also smiled and waved his hand. Hello. Have you finished? Yun Nuashing pointed at the wall and asked. Yi Wenlu revealed a very handsome smile. Just as he was about to nod and say that ladies first, Yun Nuashing continued, If you're not done, you can continue. We're not in a hurry. As he said this, he pulled Ming to the other side of the hall. They stood with their backs against the wall, as if they were reflecting on their mistakes. Yi Wenlu still maintained his handsome smile, but it looked a little stiff. Yan Hua glanced at him and said, Your charming smile is useless against them. Put it away. The bewitching man glared at him in annoyance. He glanced at Yun Nuashing and Yun Nuashing, and a hint of helplessness and doubt flashed through his eyes. How did they get here? Could it be that, like him, they stumbled in here by accident? After thinking for a while, Yuanlu couldn't guess the answer. He sighed and turned to look at the wall. He did need a little more time. Although he had finished recording and could comprehend it any time and anywhere in the future, it wasn't as comprehensive as comprehending it on the spot. Perhaps there was something hidden. Although the three of them didn't do anything strange, Ming still maintained a trace of vigilance. However, to be honest, the three divine children couldn't hurt them no matter how much trouble they caused. What's wrong, little girl? Are you interested in someone else? Seeing that she kept staring at the three of them, Yun Nuashing couldn't help but tease her. Her gaze lingered on the bewitching man for a while. She said, Sound lawyer, you seem to have great attainments in the field of music. You can cause a faint resonance in the Celestial Emperor's 9 tunes. You have some tricks up your sleeve. Maybe you're a genius too. Do you want to get to know him? I'm not interested. He's just a 4-legged insect that has a little more special than an ordinary paramecium. Ming sighed. Mei Mao looked at Yun Nuashing with a little bitterness. She muttered in a low voice, Besides, he's not as beautiful as Big Brother. Man, I don't want to come into contact with him. Your brother is also a man. Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes. This girl was mocking him. Big Brother is different. Ming lowered her head and muttered. She lowered her head and stared at her bare feet. She added in her heart, In my heart, no one is more important than you. Yun Nuashing frowned slightly and looked at this girl in confusion. He had never asked her about what happened in those 9 years. His angel sister didn't mention it either. Just like that, the two of them silently chose to bury that incident. However, the traces of the changes caused by that incident couldn't be concealed. Yun Nuashing still couldn't understand. What exactly did this innocent little girl go through to become like this today? She was so wary of the world and was so wary of everything. It was just like Yun Nuashing's hands trembled slightly. She was just like Quarter Moon during her most difficult period. She was wary of the world and everyone. She was hostile to everyone and had the greatest vigilance. Feeling his gaze, Ming also raised her head and looked into his eyes. She reached out and pinched his nose. She smiled faintly and said, "What's wrong?" Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes and reached out to pinch her little nose. He pulled her cheeks and pinched them into all sorts of funny shapes. The golden runes on the wall shone with a light that was like a calm, breathing rhythm. The golden light sprinkled on Yi Wenlu's body. It seemed to be responding and resonating with him. The light emitted by the runes wasn't very obvious. It couldn't be compared to the golden light that shone in the hall. After a period of time, the three of them still hadn't left. This meant that Yi Wenlu hadn't finished comprehending that part of the runes. To a god expert, this amount of time wasn't even enough for him to take a nap. However, Yun Nuashing had already started to yawn. He was slightly impatient. His patience was almost worn out. This guy is so slow. I finished engraving and reading half an hour ago. Why is he still sitting there stubbornly? Yun Nuashing yawned and said to Ming in his soul, "Finished reading? So fast?" Ming was a little surprised. She had only comprehended half of it, but it had been completely engraved in her mind. When she heard that he had finished it half an hour ago, she was even more surprised. "I don't really understand the celestial songs in the Celestial Emperor's 9 songs. I can feel that this is a battle song. However, is this the Celestial King battle song? I keep feeling that something isn't right. It feels like there's something missing. To be listed as one of the Celestial Emperor's 9 songs, there shouldn't be only this much information. If there's no indication, then it's the Celestial King battle song. Of course, what's on the wall isn't complete. There should still be a considerable amount of hidden information. It's probably the final defense to prevent someone from accidentally coming in and taking away the complete version of the celestial song. If one can't find the real location, they can only take away this part that looks very powerful. In fact, it's only a small part, but others might not be able to understand it. After all, just this small part already contains a lot of information. It's chaotic, profound, and difficult to understand. It will mislead other people's judgment and make them think that this is all there is to it. If I didn't have the Celestial Emperor's 9 songs, I reckon that I would have been fooled as well." Yun Nuashing nodded. Her gaze swept across the great hall and finally landed on the round bead in the center of the wall. "That thing has some unusual traces. I saw some interesting things that probably require a deity-level technique to activate, but..." He looked at the 3 people and muttered, "What a waste of time." Ming also understood that as long as the 3 of them were still here, he wouldn't do anything else. He wasn't so kind as to give others an opportunity or something. They weren't familiar with each other, so there was no need for that. It was better to wait. Another hour passed. Yun Nuashing and Ming leaned against each other and almost fell asleep. When they woke up with a start, they saw that the 3 of them were still there at a leisurely pace. They couldn't help but complain in unison in their souls. So slow. Ming sighed. She had finished half an hour ago and was just waiting to see the rest. Why were these people so slow? It seemed that saying that they were 4-legged worms that were a little special just now was praising them too highly. On the other side, Yu and Lu and the other 2 were still comprehending without stopping. If they knew that Yun Nuashing and Ming Yu were complaining that they were too slow, they would probably vomit blood. They had already comprehended at full speed, but that was the limit of their speed. They felt that their comprehension speed was much faster than before, but in front of these 2 freaks, their speed was as slow as a turtle's crawl. They couldn't be blamed for complaining. Compared to the two of them, this speed was really too slow. Although it was said that slow work produced fine work, their comprehension speed and efficiency couldn't be compared to Yun Nuashing and Mingyu at all. Sensing that Yi Wenlu still had a faint lingering charm of the immortal melody, Yun Nuashing wanted to turn hostile and scold him. This guy was really too slow. Too slow. Time was passing by, you bastard. You were wasting your life. Little star, where did you go? A voice suddenly sounded in her soul, causing Yun Nuashing's eyes to narrow. This was Xian's voice. It seemed like they had woken up. Stupid Angel and I are outside. We are still in the Immortal King Valley. We have already found the place where the Immortal Emperor's 9 melodies are stored. Yun Nuashing reassured her. She then said, "Is everything all right over there? Since you guys have woken up, does that mean the melody has ended?" Xian shook her head and said, "We are fine here. The melody in the valley hasn't ended yet. Everyone is still in the state. It's just that I comprehended too much and felt dizzy. I had no choice but to wake up." "Oh, it's fine as long as you guys are fine. Wait for us there. Once we are done here, we will go back immediately," Yun Nuashing said. Xian acknowledged and reminded them to be careful. Only then did they end the conversation in their souls. After a long time, Ming was about to fall asleep. He rested his head on Yun Nuashing's shoulder and his breathing was weak. Just as he was about to fall asleep, a faint conversation suddenly sounded in the main hall. The two of them woke up. "Are you done this time?" Seeing Yi Wenlu stand up, Yanhua opened her eyes and asked, "Yes, I'm done comprehending." Yi Wenlu smiled and nodded. He turned to look the wall with golden runes and said, "The wall still has a weak detection reaction. Is this reaction considered big or small?" Yanhua and the skinny man looked at the slightly bright wall. Yanhua said, "It should be considered top-notch. After all, it is you." "Yanhua, I told you to keep a low profile." Yi Wenlu shook his head helplessly. "It's probably a little short of perfect. I still need some time to comprehend." The skinny man covered his face speechlessly. He was already used to it. "It doesn't matter. Anyway, it's just overuse. It's just the Celestial Emperor's 9 tunes. You will surpass everything, including the previous owner of this place. He's just helping you," Yanhua said expressionlessly. When Yun Nuashing and Ming heard this, they were slightly stunned. The two of them looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly. It was really rare to hear such disrespectful words to the gods. Moreover, he actually dared to say that he could surpass everything. Could this guy be the son of some god? They had seen arrogant people before, but they had never seen such an arrogant person. Yun Nuashing sneered in her heart. "Those who are disrespectful to the gods. Forget it, I won't say anything. Girl, don't learn from them." As she said this, she reached out and rubbed the long hair of the angel beside her. Ming rubbed her cheek against his shoulder. "I'll listen to my brother. My brother told me to maintain respect for the gods. Because my brother was once a god, I respect my brother, so I'll also respect the gods." Yun Nuashing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She still wanted to use him as a springboard to show her respect. What kind of special existence was he in this girl's heart? He was even more special than the other girls. It was almost to the point of morbidity. When he saw Ming looking at him, and Mei Mao's sparkling eyes were like the most beautiful scenery in the world, he suddenly felt that it didn't seem so bad. "Sorry, you've been waiting for a long time, right?" Yi Wenlu led Yanhua and Mingyu to Yun Nuashing and Mingyu and said softly with a smile. Yun Nuashing and Ming regained their senses and glanced at this person. The latter turned his gaze away without interest. No matter how seductive and beautiful his smile was, he couldn't arouse any interest. For some reason, he even felt a little disgusted. "Oh, it's nothing. I just took a nap." Yun Nuashing scratched his head and pulled Ming to stand up. He looked at the wall that had calmed down and said, "Are you done?" Yi Wenlu nodded. "Then we'll go over now, okay? Yun Nuashing said again. Although it was a question, he had already pulled Ming around the three people and walked to the steps to sit down cross-legged. When he saw that the two beauties didn't even want to look at him, Yuanlu felt bored and smiled embarrassedly. Yan Hua couldn't help but sigh. Don't smile. It's about to dislocate. The thin man also couldn't help but sigh. This playboy also had a day when he hit the wall. These two girls were a grade more beautiful than his fiancée. Their temperament was like the holy spirits among the fairies. How could there be people with such temperament in the world? Moreover, judging from their strength, they didn't seem weak either. It was no wonder that Yi Wenlu was a little interested in them. Unfortunately, they weren't interested in him at all. Am I that kind of person? It's just a polite greeting. Yi Wenlu looked at the two people in annoyance and muttered to himself as he walked toward the door. TSK, TSK, TSK. Behind him, Yan Hua and the thin man couldn't help but smack their lips. This guy didn't have any self-awareness at all. Yun Nuashing and Ming pretended to sit on the steps and looked at the wall. After a long time, when the three people had walked far away and their auras could no longer be sensed in the palace, Yun Nuashing finally heaved a sigh of relief. He waved his hand and sealed the palace. They're finally gone. How troublesome. Yun Nuashing muttered and waved his hand. A transparent aura emerged from his body and circled in the air. It quickly burrowed into the most conspicuous golden bead on the wall. After a moment of silence, it suddenly emitted a strong light. A blinding light bloomed from the golden bead and flooded the entire palace. The two people hurriedly closed their eyes and covered their eyes with their arms. However, the strong light directly penetrated their bodies. Even with their eyes closed, they could sense the situation around them and see each other's figures clearly. Buzz! A pure golden light shot out from the golden bead and quickly penetrated between Yun Nuashing's eyebrows. This scene could be seen even with their eyes closed. Ming was so shocked that his heart almost shattered when he saw it. However, when he sensed that Yun Nuashing's aura was still stable and her soul was stable, he instantly relaxed. Brother? Brother. After he relaxed, he spread his wings, turned his back to the wall, and hugged Yun Nuashing in his arms. He felt that Yun Nuashing seemed to be absent-minded and called out to him in a panic. In the end, when he raised his head, he saw that in the hall that was flooded with golden light, there were many golden runes in the air. They were densely packed and incomparably mysterious. They were as deep as the stars, and they flickered with an incomprehensible, obscure light. Those runes that were engraved in the air were connected by rays of light. Looking at the source, it seemed to be coming from the back of Yun Nuashing's head. Ming couldn't understand what those runes were. He stood there anxiously. He sensed that Yun Nuashing's condition was very good, but she seemed to be in a daze now. She didn't know what was happening and didn't know what to do. Coo! Just as she was about to cry from anxiety, Yun Nuashing's body trembled. His lifeless eyes gradually lit up. The runes that came out from the back of his head suddenly trembled slightly. Then they followed the rays of light and shrank back to the back of his head. Ming quickly reached out and touched it. He thought that he would touch a hole, but there was nothing there. It was as if the rays of light had just passed through it. When those runes shrank back into his head, the dazzling golden light around him also dimmed and gradually returned to its normal color. When his eyes regained their light, the two diamond-shaped eyes in his pupils also gradually came to life. Yun Nuashing blinked. As the light around him slowly returned to normal, he could also open his eyes and see the situation in front of him clearly. Then he saw Ming's slightly red Maimao. She looked as if a storm was about to pour down. He was stunned when he saw her. What happened to you? Yun Nuashing reached out and pinched the girl's cheeks. Ming blinked and rubbed his eyes. He shook his head and said, "It's nothing." What was that just now? Yun Nuashing was puzzled. He rubbed the star pearl between his eyebrows and closed his eyes to feel it for a while. After a while he said, "It's an intact celestial king battle song. The amount of information was a little too much, so I still fainted for a while." After carefully feeling it for a while, Yun Nuashing couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. As expected of the Celestial Emperor's 9 songs, the Celestial King Battle Song. As expected of the Celestial King Battle Song. As expected of the Celestial King Battle Song. As expected of the Celestial King Battle Song, the Celestial King Battle Song was not inferior to the 4 songs of heaven and earth that were born from the heavens and earth. The profoundness of it was very mysterious. When Ming heard it, he also breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, she thought that something bad was going to happen to him. She was so scared that her mind was unsteady. Now that she saw that he was fine, she relaxed greatly. Sigh, if only I learned some music. But it doesn't seem too late. From now on, I should take some time to learn music. Otherwise, if I don't use the few celestial songs that I have, it would feel like a waste of God's gifts. Yun Nuashing scratched his head. Ming smiled and nodded. He said, "It's done? Is there anything else?" "Oh, there's something else. It's a rather big thing." Yun Nuashing shook his head and smiled faintly. Yun Nuashing looked outside the main hall and said, "I just discovered it. It's not about the Celestial King Battle Song. This can be left to slowly comprehend. It can't be rushed. There's something else that needs to be dealt with. It's about this Celestial King Valley." Chapter 979. The one that the 3 of them comprehended earlier? Oh, it's an incomplete version. The complete Immortal King Battle Song is hidden in this ball and has just been activated. They don't have the means to activate it right under my nose. If they could, at least one of them would be a heavenly god, the current heavenly god. When Ming asked about what the 3 of them had seen just now, Yun Nuashing said in a very casual tone, he didn't care what the 3 of them had gained. Whether they had obtained the complete or incomplete version, he wouldn't pay attention to it. However, if they had obtained the complete version of the Immortal King Battle Song from him, he would be unhappy. This was a fundamental difference. Now, Yun Nuashing looked at Ming, took his little hand, and walked into the void wall outside the great hall. They came to another place which was the Immortal King Valley of this era. The spiraling melody immediately poured into their ears. Moreover, there was another melody that was relatively close to them. It was exactly the same as the sound in the valley. It seemed to be playing right beside them. Ming was stunned for a moment. He turned his head to look at the door of the great hall behind him. On the door, he saw a water blue curtain hanging down from the top of the great hall like a stream of water, all the way to the ground. It was as though he was really looking at a river, and a melody was floating out from it. He had never felt that the melody was actually so close. "It's this place. The melody came from here." Yun Nuashing nodded. He reached out and touched the water blue curtain. It was slightly cool to the touch, soft and gentle, as though it was really a curtain formed by a flowing river. Through the water blue, transparent curtain, he could vaguely see the situation inside. It was the same great hall that he had just seen, but the space inside was engraved with many deep white runes. There was an inexplicable rhythm flowing inside. The melody that came out was very beautiful and ethereal. It was captivating, as though it could bring people to immortality. Ming couldn't help but feel a little intoxicated when he heard it. However, to Yun Nuashing, this melody was dangerous. Very dangerous. "Little girl, if you close your eyes now, you will become an immortal," Yun Nuashing reminded him in a timely manner. He pulled the stupid angel into his arms and rubbed her face hard with both hands. Ming, who had just heard the sound, was stunned and quickly came back to his senses. No one has ever been so close to the carrier of the great Tao of the divine realm. The illusory carrier is playing a unique celestial melody. The celestial melody of the great Tao of the divine realm. Yun Nuashing's eyes were incomparably sharp. He immediately saw through the carrier of the great Tao of the divine realm. It was just an illusory carrier that simulated the great Tao of the divine realm. No one could really capture the carrier of the great Tao of the divine realm. They could only make it appear here, vaguely, and create an illusory entity that could communicate with the real world. They could move it from a state where it could not be seen or touched to a state where it could be seen and touched. Then they used this man-made carrier of the great Tao of the divine realm to play the voice of the divine realm's great Tao of the divine realm. Was this the celestial melody of the great Tao of the divine realm? It is indeed the celestial melody of the great Tao of the divine realm. Although I have never heard of it before, there is an aura that is exactly the same as the aura of the other three celestial melodies. It is this aura that allows me to conclude that this is the celestial melody of the great Tao of the divine realm. Yun Nuashing took a deep breath and stroked the hair of the angel in her arms. Then she sighed. Yun Nuashing looked at the water curtain quietly for a long time. Then she let go of Ming and took out the swirling zither from her heart and handed it to the stupid angel. Then she took out a completely black zither. It was as black as charcoal. There were no patterns on it at all. It was absolute darkness. Even light couldn't reflect its appearance. The 7 strings of the black zither were very beautiful. They had the color of the star domain. Specks of starlight could be seen in the black zither. It was a gorgeous color. Girl, do you know the Immortal King battle song? Yun Nuashing smiled gently at Ming. She had also seen the part of the wall just now. There shouldn't be any problems. Ming took the swirling zither and took a light breath. If it's just the part on the wall, there shouldn't be any problems. Yun Nuashing nodded. Don't use your soul to play. Just use weak energy to activate it. Leave the rest to your heart to play. After speaking, she took a deep breath. The sonic immortal barrier. It should be. You need to use pure music to shatter it. However, I don't know the conditions. I will play the complete Immortal King battle song. You just need to play it with my music. Is there no problem? Brother just got the Immortal King battle song. Will it be a little difficult? Ming was a little hesitant. He wanted to slow down. Yun Nuashing was silent for a while. Then she smiled slightly and said, No problem. I can handle it. Before I play the next part, I can read it. The failure rate should only be 30%. Ming still wanted to say something, but he hesitated and didn't say anything. During this pause, Yun Nuashing began to play. The black zither that was suffused with an inexplicable aura sounded with a passionate and awe-inspiring melody. There was no beginning or end. It went straight to the climax. This was the beginning of the Immortal King battle song. It went straight to the climax. No one had the time to listen to the slow prelude in battle. If they did, half of the people would have died. Even without using her soul or too much energy to play, Hui Ming could feel an unparalleled fighting spirit from the music, which made her blood boil. It was as if she was standing in the star field, watching the shocking scene of the birth and destruction of the stars. It was like the beginning of the universe, the beginning of the great desolation. It was as if she was standing in the boundless open world, facing thousands of soldiers and horses alone. One man could hold back 10,000 men. The surging passion of the music made her heart surge. Unknowingly, she was drawn in, and her soul was shaken to the core. This was the first time she had officially heard the Immortal Emperor's 9 songs. It was so grand and shocking. It was so fascinating. He was worthy of the title Immortal Emperor. She was stunned for a full minute before she came back to her senses. Her jade-like hands quickly landed on the swirling zither. She used a tone that was slightly lower than Yun Nuashing's music to hide the sound of the zither in his music. Just as he said just now, as they played together, the dominant power was in Yun Nuashing's hands. In this music, he was the one leading an army of thousands, and he only had one enemy. Buzz, buzz. The rumbling music made the space tremble. One could hear the vibrations of elements that could not be heard in the past. In this exciting music, there was also a faint music mixed in. It had an ethereal celestial sound, like a piece of celestial music. It reverberated between the music played by the two people. Not only was there no disharmony, but it also made the music more charming. The combination of the two pieces seemed to have caused a resonance. Vaguely, something seemed to be born between heaven and earth. This strange feeling first attracted Yun Nuoxing's attention. He looked down at the black zither and narrowed his eyes slightly. The music in his hands showed no signs of stopping. Instead, it became more hurried. The celestial song of the great Tao in the main hall also inadvertently revealed a true celestial sound. The two pieces resonated together, as if the great Tao of heaven and earth had descended. This was a very strange feeling, so strange that it made him want to play the prelude to reincarnation, the song of the ninth netherworld, and the lingering sound of chaos together. Celestial song resonance. It's an unconscious resonance. It's not controlled by me. Yun Nuoxing's eyes flashed. Since the primeval age, the 9 songs listed in the Celestial Emperor's 9 songs had not changed. He wondered if there was a necessary reason for this. After 70 long eras, the rules of heaven and earth in the Antiquity Age were not weaker than those in the Primeval Age. It was just that the rules of heaven and earth in the Antiquity Age were replaced with the old ones. The strength of the rules of heaven and earth did not change. There were still 2 or 3 eras after that. Yun Nuoxing suddenly thought of the prelude to reincarnation and the lingering sound of chaos that he played at the last moment in the eternal nightmare. The two pieces seemed to have undergone a natural self-integration. They naturally merged into one. The resonance of the two pieces did not make the music sound chaotic and noisy. Instead, it truly became a kind of music, a brand new kind of music. The Celestial Emperor's 9 songs. Was there a necessary reason for it to be ranked as one of the Celestial Emperor's 9 songs? He felt as if he had inadvertently touched on something. He caught hold of this idea and did not let it go. With his thinking, he suddenly had many guesses and eliminated those unreliable ones the moment they were born. Many thoughts flashed and merged. In the end, he had a guess that might be very close to the truth. Originally, there were only the 6 songs of the fairy in the world, which were the 4 songs of heaven and earth and the 2 songs of the celestial phoenix. Later on, 3 songs were added, and then it was changed to the 9 songs of the celestial emperor. These 3 songs were not born in the world, but were the natal divine songs created by the gods themselves. Perhaps it was because these 3 songs were similar to the 6 songs of the fairy in some way. Or could it be that the 3 songs were created to cater to the 6 songs and could finally trigger a resonance? In the end, who arranged the 9 songs of the Celestial Emperor? There was still a question in Yun Nuoxing's mind, but he felt that there was no need to guess the answer. Only the people at that level were qualified to do so. The legendary realm above the divine realm symbolized the end of the world, the end of existence, and the end of infinity. This answer made his heart skip a beat. The 9 songs of the Celestial Emperor were arranged by a supreme existence for some purpose. That person wanted to explore something. Maybe it was related to the realm of the gods, or maybe it was related to the entire 8 elements realm. Many flickering thoughts made Yun Nuoxing's eyes slightly widen. The waves caused by those complicated and chaotic thoughts were no less than a war song playing in his soul, making his soul boil. It was not until a soft call made him come back to his senses in an instant. Brother, brother. Yun Nuoxing's hands trembled slightly, and he suddenly came back to his senses. Only then did he realize that the zither music had stopped. His hands were covered in sweat and trembling slightly. A few drops of shiny water could be seen on the strings of the zither. Ming stood beside him, holding the swirling zither. There was a touch of confusion on her beautiful and holy face. She did not know what to do next. Seeing that he was in a daze, she could only remind him, "The door has been opened. Brother, are you still going to stand there like a fool?" Yun Nuoxing was stunned. He raised his head and saw that the water curtain had indeed disappeared. He did not know how long it had been. He did not know how long he had been in a daze. Even Ming could not help but remind him that it should have been a while. "It's not good to be in a daze in this place." Ming reminded him again. She freed a wing to hold the black zither and pulled Yun Nuashing into the hall. What's there to think about? Get the celestial song in front of you first. It'll be bad if you miss the opportunity. No matter what it was, it was not something that he could think about for now. He could deduce it in the past, but he did not have the qualifications to do so now. Everything would have to wait until he returned to that realm. For now, it was better to collect this strange thing first. This world was full of secrets, and they had always existed. Oh, this is the carrier of the celestial song of the great Tao, a virtual carrier of the laws of heaven and earth in the realm of the gods. In the center of the golden hall, there was an azure ball about 3 meters in size floating in the air. The rippling light on its surface made it look like a ball of water, but if one reached out and touched it lightly, they would feel that it was solid and slightly cold. It was a huge azure stone. Yun Nuashing reached out and tapped it lightly with a strange expression. This was the reflection of the laws of heaven and earth in the realm of the gods. It allowed the invisible and intangible laws to appear in a tangible form in front of them. It was a representation of the laws of the realm of the gods. Even if it was destroyed, it would not affect the body. He had tried to create this thing in the past, but in the end he died before he could complete it. I see. Yun Nuashing's eyes shone brightly. She looked at the azure stone and nodded. She was a little surprised. She had thought that this thing was the result of the gods' consumption of who knows how many years to obtain it. In this medium of the great path, there is a strand of divine consciousness. The existence of this strand of divine consciousness causes the laws of the great path to continuously gather here. It condenses over a long period of time until a certain amount of the power of the laws appears. Then, through a special method, this medium is revealed. It was not slowly created by the god. Well, that strand of divine consciousness was left behind by him, so it can be considered that he successfully created it himself. Ming tilted her head in confusion. She heard some lingering thoughts in it. Seeing her gaze, Yun Nuashing smiled and rubbed her head. After all, I have tried to create this thing before, but I failed. Yun Nuashing smiled silently. Then she stepped to the side and went around the water stone, walking toward the back. Ming pulled her hand and hurriedly followed. Although she had some doubts in her heart, she did not say anything. Moreover, there was no need to say anything. When she went around the stone, she saw that in the depths of the hall, on the platform of the 3 steps, there was something that she was very concerned about. Ming's expression trembled slightly. It was a 2-meter-long ice-blue coffin. The surface of the coffin was smooth. Other than some musical notes engraved on it, there were no other marks. There was also no oppressive aura. It felt very ordinary. The ice-blue coffin seemed to be an ice coffin. It exuded some cold air, causing Yun Nuashing and Ming to feel a little cold. It was not made of ordinary materials. When they approached the ice coffin and looked inside, the ice coffin did not have a lid. There was a body lying flat inside. It was a man. His face was ruddy, but he did not make a sound. His body was full, and he did not look like a person who had been dead for many years. Xianyuan ice, a material used to make coffins. It is very popular with the gods. Being buried in it can preserve one's body for eternity. If the hall here can withstand the great samsara, it can be stored until the next era. If no one finds it, it can be preserved forever. Yun Nuashing gently touched the edge of the ice coffin and looked at the body that seemed to be sleeping. The body was no different from a living person, except that there was no sign of life. Is he already dead? Ming clenched his jade-like hands. This was the first time he had seen the corpse of a god. He did not feel the same oppressive aura. Regarding this, Yun Nuashing also found it very strange. A god's corpse would also retain a terrifying aura that prevented people from approaching it. Dead. He is completely dead. His divine soul has been destroyed. There is no sign of life left. Rest in peace, buddy. I hope that you can fulfill your unfulfilled wishes in your next life. Yun Nuashing sighed. He put his hands together and bowed slightly. He bowed slightly to the god's corpse. Ming, who was beside him, saw this and quickly followed suit. Just as Ming was about to straighten up with Yun Nuoxing's actions, he caught a glimpse of something on the left side of the ice coffin. He immediately pulled Yun Nuoxing over to take a look. It's ancient language. I don't understand it. What about you, brother? Ming frowned after taking a look. He turned his head to look at Yun Nuoxing. Yun Nuoxing also frowned when he saw it. I don't understand it either. The languages he knew included the language of the mythological era, the language of the primordial era, the common language of this era, and some other strange languages. However, he did not recognize this language. But it's fine. The Book of the Epics can decipher it. Yun Nuoxing waved his hand and took out the golden ball of light. The moment he took it out, the line of words changed before his eyes. It changed from unfamiliar to familiar. It was very magical. This is not a language left for others to mourn. I also don't want this place to be a companion of time and eventually turn to dust. This is the final work I left behind on the day of my death. My long-time pursuit is to create an immortal song that is as beautiful as the 9 songs of the Celestial Emperor. However, it is only now that I realize how ridiculous my thoughts are. I have taken the wrong path after all. However, I don't want to admit defeat. The great Tao immortal song of the 4 songs of heaven and earth, which represents the rules of the divine realm, will be reproduced by me. Yun Nuoxing and Ming were stunned when they heard this. It was just as they had guessed. This deity had chosen to enter the cycle of reincarnation, hoping that he would come here in his next life to search for everything he had lost. If he could not, he also hoped that someone could find this place. He did not want his final effort to be left here to collect dust. Did he succeed in the end? Ming pulled Yun Nuoxing's hand and asked softly. Yun Nuoxing shook his head. It's hard to say. The path of reincarnation is extremely dangerous. If you are not careful, you will be forever separated from your previous life. You will have to reincarnate many times before you can return to the divine realm. Even your spirit will be obliterated into a mortal soul. In the end, nothing will be left. He is no longer himself, but he is himself. The pursuit of a lifetime is ethereal and unreachable. I don't want to leave the things that I cherish for the future. I only hope that this life will be perfect and flawless. So, I hope that you can enjoy the karma of reincarnation, my friend. Yun Nuoxing sighed deeply. He turned around and clenched his hand at the water-blue stone that was about 10 feet in size. The latter instantly turned into a small stone that was only the size of a little thumb. Then, with a slight tremble, it drilled into the space between Yun Nuoxing's eyebrows. The melody that filled the entire hall disappeared, and the light gradually dimmed. Everything became silent, and the melody that floated in the valley also stopped abruptly. The melody that floated in the immortal King Valley suddenly disappeared. Countless people woke up in a daze. They looked around, stretched their bodies, and began to carefully appreciate the benefits that they had just obtained. They could not help but giggle foolishly. Then they looked forward to the next performance of the celestial song. However, no one knew that the celestial song would not be played again. The carrier of the great Tao is under my care. If you can find your past one day, come and find me. I will hand it over to you. Yun Nuoxing raised his head and said softly. Chapter 980. The carrier of the great Tao immortal song, apart from the things it carried, wasn't anything particularly powerful. It just happened to bear this responsibility. If it was something else, it could also become a carrier of the rules of the great Tao. After taking the carrier of the great Tao, Yun Nuoxing and Ming walked around the palace again, but they didn't find anything. The only thing worth mentioning in the entire palace was the carrier of the great Tao, which had already been taken away. There was also the ice coffin. Unfortunately, other than the words on the coffin, there was no other information. The two of them also didn't know who was buried in the ice coffin. History didn't record who the owner of the immortal King Valley was, and they didn't know who the previous owner of the immortal King Battle Song was. It was very mysterious, as if this information had been deliberately concealed. So, while the group of us were collectively comprehending, the two of you ran out to have sex. When Yun, Nuashing, and Ming returned to the small inn, they saw the malicious gazes of the crowd as soon as they entered. Some of the gazes even turned green, and the two of them felt their hair stand on end. Little Angel is such a pure and holy existence. You can even bear to lay your hands on her. You are indeed 1,000-year-old pervert and 10,000-year-old pervert. Shu Yingzhan also clicked her tongue in disdain. Yun Nuashing was instantly speechless. He let out a long sigh and waved his hand. He couldn't even be bothered to explain. Pack up and get ready to leave. There's no need to stay in this place anymore. Oh, you got the Immortal Emperor 9 songs? Is it the Immortal King Battle Song? Everyone asked curiously. He said that they went to have sex just to tease them. He didn't even have the energy to explain himself, so he might as well get down to business. In any case, they didn't think that the two of them went out to have fun for a while. Yes, that's right. Other than the Immortal King Battle Song, there is also the Great Tao Immortal Song. Yun Nuashing sighed. The air suddenly fell silent. Everyone stared with their eyes wide open. They were stunned for a while before slowly coming back to their senses. Yun Nuashing wouldn't make fun of them for no reason. Since he said so, there shouldn't be any problems. But what exactly happened in this short half a day? How did he manage to get his hands on an immortal song in just half a day? Furthermore, there was an additional one. Yun Nuashing shrugged and recounted what had happened in the past half a day. Hearing this, everyone gasped in surprise. 2 Immortal King Valleys, 2 immortal songs. The group packed up and floated out of the inn, after which they flew rapidly towards the narrow valley of the Immortal King Valley. While flying rapidly, Yun Nuashing vaguely saw 3 figures slowly walking out of the valley. They seemed to be leaving the Immortal King Valley as well. After the carrier of the Great Tao is taken away, will the celestial song in the valley stop ringing? Xian turned to look at the valley and asked. Yun Nuashing nodded. The melody in the valley is just a wisp of the Great Tao that leaked out after it was formed. Now that Great Tao carrier is with me. Yun Nuashing pointed at her own head. So, what is the purpose of the 2 Immortal King Valleys and the 2 Immortal Emperor 9 songs? Yuan, she scratched his head and asked in confusion. No one asked. Do you think you understand it yourself? Yun Nuashing looked at him silently. I am a very honest person. Yuan, she crossed his arms and said righteously. Everyone looked at him and laughed dryly. Yun Nuashing shook her head helplessly and said, The immortal buried in that ice coffin is more or less related to the ancient times. I don't know how long the Immortal King Valley has existed. I can't find any clues. At least this period of time is enough for that immortal to use the divine consciousness left behind to evolve the Immortal King Battle Song into an immortal song of the Great Tao. It is a space that has been cut into 2 parts. The time and environment of the 2 spaces are different. One space recorded the Immortal King Battle Song, which was frozen in the past. The other space continued to flow along the long river of time, with the Immortal King Battle Song as the seed and the laws of heaven and earth of the immortal world as the soil. This immortal song of the Great Tao related to the Great Tao of heaven and earth of the immortal world was cultivated. Yun Nuashing explained it very simply. Everyone understood and couldn't help but sigh. However, there was one thing that Yun Nuashing didn't know. Ordinary people couldn't see the void wall. If they didn't complete the puzzle in the valley and comprehend it to a certain extent, they wouldn't be able to see the void wall. Yi Wenlu and the other 2 had entered the palace by accident. The only thing they could find was the Immortal King Battle Song that had been left behind in the past. The former came to the current Immortal King Valley and took away the carrier of the Great Tao. Of the 2 immortal songs, the immortal song of the Great Tao was more important to that immortal. The immortal king battle song could be recovered through memory, but the immortal song of the great Tao was taken away. The carrier of the great Tao couldn't be created easily. The process of its creation was many times more complicated than what Yun Nuashing had said. Yun Nuashing knew about the other immortal song, but they didn't study it. The other group didn't know about it at all. It was very funny. What's next? Thousands of miles up in the sky, Yun Nuashing and the others sat on the Netherworld Ruined sword and enjoyed the breeze. The night was very cool. Yuan, she stretched his body. Another matter had come to an end. There were no big ups and downs, and there were no grand twists and turns in the middle. This made them, who were used to grand occasions, uncomfortable. They felt that something was missing. Next, I'll send you back first. Then, I'll go to the music realm to rest for the night. We'll talk about it when I wake up tomorrow. Yun Nuashing yawned. Although she said that, she had already made plans for the next itinerary. There were still 3 pillars of the origin in the Kuin Yuan region waiting to be dealt with. They had to go to the southeast of the Kuin Yuan region, which was called the land of Kuinming. It was also a place that was divided into 36 states. She would take a stroll and see if there was anything fun on the way. But now, at least for now, she had to get a good night's sleep. She had been using her brain for the past few days, and the 2 new immortal songs were still rumbling in her mind. Yun Nuashing urgently felt that she needed to clear her head. It would be good to go back to the music realm and rest for a while. Oh, I feel dizzy. Yuan, she suddenly covered his head and said, his face slightly pale. There's something echoing in my mind, like those songs just now. Yun Nuashing was stunned for a moment. She looked at the others and found that they were all sitting listlessly on the Netherworld Ruins sword, looking dispirited. Even Ming, who had gone out with her, was the same. His eyelids were trembling, as if he was about to fall asleep. Girl, how do you feel? She knelt down beside Xian, pulled her into her arms, and asked softly. Music, my mind is in a mess. Xian's pretty face was bitter. She frowned and kept rubbing between her eyebrows and temples. The immortal music echoing in her mind made her feel uncomfortable. But it was only a little uncomfortable, and she did not feel threatened. Yun Nuashing looked at her condition and pondered for a while, then looked at the condition of Ming Ming and Little Moon. The little girls were all groggy and said, the celestial tune has been left in your mind. It seems that you have unconsciously captured some of the true essence of the celestial tune. Don't worry, it's not a big problem. You just need to sleep and figure it out. Don't think about comprehending anything now. Your spiritual power is already tensed up, and after the tune dissipates, your spiritual power and soul should increase slightly. Overall, it's not a bad thing. Shaking her dizzy head, Chu Yingzhan frowned slightly. Seeing that Yun Nuashing was still standing there, she could not help but ask, Oh, idiot, why are you fine? Who told you that I'm fine? Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes and pointed at her head. The battle song of the immortal king and the immortal music of the great Tao are mixing in here, and my head is turning into mush. But I can still hold on for a while. Let's hurry back to the music world. Chu Yingzhan nodded. The war alarm had been lifted, and the entrance of the music world was not so tightly guarded. With Chu Yingzhan and her siblings around, there was no trouble in entering. After returning to the music world, Chu Yingzhan led a group of people to Chu Zhongping's residence. Her own small palace could not accommodate so many people. It was fine for them to be guests, but if they had to be placed inside, she could only let some of them stay in the cultivation room. You're back so soon. When Chu Zhongping saw a group of people crowded at the entrance of the courtyard, he was also stunned. It had only been less than 3 days. Could it be that they had hit a wall and could not handle it? However, when he saw the tired expressions of the group, he was stunned again. What happened? Could it be that they were exhausted from fighting? Let's not talk about this first. Aunt, help me settle this group of idiots. I think everyone needs to rest for a period of time. Chu Yingzhan rubbed her temples and said tiredly. Everyone nodded helplessly and looked a little depressed. When they just left the Immortal King Valley, it was nothing. However, since 10 minutes ago, there was a melody reverberating in their minds. It seemed to be a lingering melody that had not dissipated, and it made their minds in a mess. They wanted to find a quiet place to lie down and sleep, tidy up their heads, or cultivate. Chu Zhongping nodded and turned to rush into the residence. 2 to 3 minutes later, he rushed out again and hurriedly settled the group of little guys. When he returned to the hall, he saw that Chu Yingzhan had already fallen asleep on the sofa. When he saw this, he smiled helplessly and dotingly stroked her silky hair before carrying her into the room. This was probably the most peaceful sleep that everyone had ever had. In their dreams, there was a trace of celestial melody in their ears, making them feel incomparably relaxed. It was as though they were in a fairyland and their bodies were floating. However, their heads were still heavy and their feet were light. The next morning, they woke up in a daze. Although they felt a little better, they still felt a little uncomfortable. They might as well fall back into bed and sleep while wrapped in their blankets. Sleeping in occasionally shouldn't be a problem, right? Thus, another day passed like this. On the morning of the third day, someone crawled out of bed while trembling. His head was spinning and his vision was blurry. Every 2 steps he took, he would tremble and his vision would turn black. He felt as though he would collapse at any moment. "Brother Yuan, you're awake." When Yuan, she walked to the hall while trembling, he saw Chu Qin slumped on the sofa with 2 huge dark circles under his eyes. When he saw Yuan, she walk over, he wanted to straighten up and get into a good posture. However, his back seemed to be glued to the sofa, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pull it out. Yuan, she sat down on the other side while trembling. After panting for a while, he covered his head with both hands and shook it with all his might, trying to get rid of the chaotic feelings. However, doing so only made his head dizzier and he directly collapsed on the sofa. "Just you." Yuan, she's weak, voice trembled as he spoke. After trying a few times, Chu Chen finally sat up while trembling all over. His hands trembled as he poured a cup of tea and handed it to Yuan Shi. Sitting back in the chair, he softly said, "And sister," and the others are still sleeping. "Brother Yuan, are you feeling better?" Yuan, she shook his head. He felt very uncomfortable, as if he had eaten a mountain raw. His head was swollen and painful, and a lot of messy and meaningless information surged out like a tide. Seeing that his face was still uncomfortable, Chu Chen said again, "Why aren't you sleeping? If you feel uncomfortable, rest for a while more." "I'm not sleeping anymore." Yuan, she yawned and shook his head. "I feel like I won't be able to wake up if I continue sleeping, but, my head hurts. It's as if my head is pregnant." Yuan, she hugged his head and said painfully. Chu Qin was speechless. What the hell is a pregnant head? Even if it's uncomfortable, it shouldn't be that exaggerated. After twitching on the sofa for a while, Yuan, she used his wrist to push his head a few times and said worriedly, "Where's your brother Yin? Has he not woken up yet?" Brother Yin is also. There's still music coming from his room. I feel uncomfortable when I hear it now. Chu Qin shook his head helplessly. The 2 of them sat there until the afternoon. They unconsciously fainted and woke up a few times. They only took in cold breaths. The symptoms didn't seem to be getting better. Instead, it seemed to be getting worse. It was as if a virus had broken out. Their swollen heads couldn't hold anything else, and even their thinking slowed down by many times. In the evening, Chu Zhongping came back from outside. Seeing that the 2 kids were in a completely abnormal situation, she couldn't help but be stunned. She hurriedly went over to check on them. Her pretty face changed slightly, and she said in shock, "Why are there so many nomological fragments in your heads?" Yuan, she turned his head with a broken face. There was even a trace of saliva hanging from the corner of his mouth. That handsome face of his looked like an idiot at that moment. When he heard Chu Zhongping's words, he couldn't take it any more. He hurriedly got up and walked towards the cultivation room. "I can't take it any more. I have to deal with it." My brain is going to explode. I'll go too. Chu Chin also jumped up with a start. He trembled with every step, and after taking 3 steps, he almost fell down. Chu Zhangping was at a loss. What had this bunch of kids experienced? Xian Er is still asleep. Are these kids all right? Chu Zhangping sighed deeply. The same situation was happening to the others. All of them were clutching their heads and wailing on their beds. It felt as if they had a collective hangover and were about to explode when they woke up the next day. However, the situation could be even more serious. How can this be resolved? Look at my drunken stupor. My soul has flown out of the sky. Ouch! Who are you? How dare you assassinate me? Waiwa! Ouch! Chu Zhangping walked to the door of Nightmare's room and heard the strange sounds coming from inside. Her heart skipped a beat, and her pretty face trembled. She sighed in her heart. What had this bunch of kids encountered? They were even speaking nonsense. When she walked to the door of Yun Nuoxing's room and was about to push it open, she heard a leisurely and tranquil celestial music coming from inside. There was also an indescribable aura reverberating in the room. Her intuition told her that it was better not to open the door at this moment. She pressed her palm on the door and hesitated for a while. Then she sighed and walked away. At this moment, Yun Nuoxing seemed to be unconscious on the surface, but his consciousness was busy in the spiritual world. In this place where the flames were raging, 4 or 5 types of music floated out. They did not blend together like they did in front of the palace door. Something was controlling them and preventing them from blending together, causing a small disturbance in the spiritual world. Originally, no matter how one played the celestial music, it would not be noisy at all. However, at this moment, it was exceptionally noisy, causing the listeners to feel restless. It was the chaos caused by the outburst of the celestial music that Yun Nuoxing had mastered, and it was difficult for him to control it. There seemed to be a small problem with the carrier of the celestial music, the carrier of the great Tao, which caused the disharmony between the celestial music. The ethereal, passionate, peaceful, and ethereal music surged here, making Yun Nuoxing very anxious. Hey, can you do it or not? Ziyi was hiding behind a temporary defensive wall, holding the egg that Feng had transformed into in her arms, so that she would not be accidentally hurt by the celestial music of the great Tao outside. At this moment, she poked her head out of the wall and looked at the turbulent sea of flames. How do I know if I can do it or not? I feel that I can't do it at all. But even if I can't do it, I still have to do it. Yun Nuoxing said a lot of things that even he didn't understand. Then he couldn't help but smile bitterly. This was not a question of whether he could do it or not. This was his soul, and he couldn't just give it up. Speaking of which, why did the celestial music suddenly have a problem? He had no problem with the 4 celestial music he had stored before, but now there were 2 more celestial songs. In his sight, the water blue stone was the carrier of the great Tao. At this moment, it was releasing a great power to the outside like a ball of thunder and lightning. However, it wasn't releasing thunder and lightning, but celestial music. Yun Nuoxing was anxious. Although he used to be a divine immortal, he didn't have a way to deal with this situation in the past. His research on the 9 celestial songs of the immortal emperor only stopped at the level of knowing. At most, he knew more details than ordinary people. He didn't know that these celestial songs had been mixed together. No, they hadn't been mixed together yet. They had just been placed aside, and this problem had occurred. And it didn't seem like a problem at all. Damn it, what kind of problem is this? Yun Nuoxing was anxious. These celestial songs didn't seem to be repelling each other. Instead, they seemed to be resonating with each other, but they couldn't completely resonate. It was like seeing a creature on the street who seemed to be an old friend after not seeing each other for billions of years. He wanted to go up and greet them, but was worried that he might have mistaken them for someone else. Seeing that the flame mansion was beginning to shake and collapse, Zai was shocked. She hurriedly shouted, "Hurry up and think of something. Our house is going to collapse." I don't. I don't have a way. I. Yun Nuashing became even more anxious after being shouted at by Zai. He was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. He gritted his teeth fiercely, waved his hand, and threw a ball of light toward the great Tao carrier that was constantly shaking. Damn you! It was a very sudden reaction. After the ball of light came into contact with the great Tao carrier, the latter abruptly fell silent. The celestial music also gradually stopped, and the other celestial songs that seemed to be resonating with it also slowly weakened before finally disappearing. Zai and the others were also taken aback. Little heads slowly popped out from the walls, and they only heaved sighs of relief when they saw that the outside world was calm and the sea of flames was gradually calming down. What did you do? Zai glanced at Yun Nuashing, who was outside. Her heart was filled with suspicion, but she actually calmed down. Yun Nuashing smiled sheepishly and pointed a finger at the great Tao carrier. Zai and the others turned to look. Then they saw that a 7-foot-long azure zither had appeared on top of the water-blue rock. Zai's eyes widened speechlessly. He actually threw the swirling dragon zither over. All right, it was the heavenly music God's park weapon after all. It wasn't surprising that it could suppress the immortal emperor's 9 songs. Zai felt that there were many things he could complain about, but he couldn't say anything. Chapter 981. In the spiritual world, Yun Nuashing panted heavily as she sat in the sea of fire. Lan, Exen, and the rest carefully poked their heads out and looked for a while. When they realized that the sea of fire had really calmed down, they rushed out from behind the wall and jumped to Yun Nuashing's side. They looked at the rock that was suppressed by the whirlpool zither with lingering fear. Is this enough? Kai Xia asked carefully. Yun Nuashing hesitated for a while and looked at the great Tao carrier. She nodded and said, there should be no problem. After she finished speaking, she walked over to take a closer look. Then, she reached out and took the whirlpool zither off the great Tao carrier. She thought that the whirlpool zither would suddenly attack and was prepared to smash it. However, the whirlpool zither was still quiet. She tried to read the information inside, but there was no problem. It was as if it had quietened down and was frightened by the whirlpool zither. She turned around and gestured to everyone that there was no problem. Lan Xian, and the rest heaved a sigh of relief. They carefully walked over and surrounded the great Tao carrier. They even reached out and knocked on it. However, they did not see anything special about it. It felt like a cold, hard rock. If they had not heard the ethereal celestial music from it, they would have thought that it was an ordinary rock by the roadside. It has quietened down. The celestial music of the great Tao has disappeared. Can we still cultivate in this situation? Zi reached out and knocked on the rock. After a while, she slammed her palm on it. However, the impact caused her hand to hurt. She grimaced. There's no problem. Yun Nuashing nodded and said, the celestial music of the great Tao is stored inside. We can use our souls to read the information inside at any time. The whirlpool zither only calmed them down. It's like Z and the rest looked up. It's like a bunch of naughty children being suppressed, Yun Nuashing said faintly. Zai and the others all fell to the ground with a plop, their faces twitching. Yun Nuashing helplessly spread out her hands. The performance of those immortal songs just now was really too much like a bunch of mischievous brats. They made a lot of noise, but didn't cause any harm. It was as if they just came out to make a ruckus. At most, they would cause some damage to the surrounding environment and disturb the neighbors. In the end, they were suppressed before they could really cause any harm. The 9 songs of the Immortal Emperor were originally the 6 songs of the fairy. Later on, the 3 songs of the Shin musician were added, and the compatibility between them and the 6 songs of the fairy. For the time being, I know that the battle song of the Immortal King has a 90% compatibility with the 4 songs of heaven and earth. The connection is naturally gentle, and the great Tao resonates. Perhaps there's a reason for adding the 3 battle songs of the immortal emperor into the 9 songs of the immortal emperor. That existence should be a powerhouse above the heavenly god realm. He may be using the 9 songs of the immortal emperor to deduce something. As Yun Nuashing spoke, the gazes of the others changed slightly. There was an indescribable astonishment. The level of the problem involved was already very high. Ordinary immortals might not even be able to come into contact with it. Yun Nuashing thought of something. She looked at Lan Xen and said, Xen, during the age of mythology, have you heard of the 9 songs of the immortal emperor? Lan Xen tried hard to recall for a while. Her eyebrows furrowed slightly, and in the end, she shook her head helplessly. I don't know. When I was sealed, I didn't have a deep understanding of many things in the realm of gods. The deepest understanding I had was the things around Rain Country and the country I was in. As for the deeper knowledge, before I came into contact with it, it was already. Brother Nuashing, when you mentioned the age of mythology, I also thought of something. Lan Xen, R's eyes lit up. Mei Mao's eyes flashed, and something suddenly surged into her mind. That deity Glaze, Sister Glaze, isn't she from the ancient era? Why? Oh, about that. Yun Nuashing was also stunned. He didn't expect Lan Xen, to mention this at this time. This is related to one thing. It's a plan, a conjecture. It's related to the path after becoming a deity. It's a bit long to explain it in detail. You just need to know that the Glaze from the ancient era and the Glaze from the age of mythology are the same person. Well, Glaze is indeed from the ancient era. In the age of mythology, she used a little trick to let a puppet clone that didn't have intelligence return to the age of mythology. Then she became a deity. Then she let it wait in time until the ancient era, and it was taken back by Glaze. There are many complicated things in the middle, and I can't tell you all in a short time. When there's a chance in the future, I'll tell you all in detail. Yun Nuashing smiled slightly. Hearing his ambiguous answer, Lan Xen was a little confused, but she still nodded. The next morning, this was the morning of the 3rd day, a faint, holy song reverberated beside his ear. The low, sacred chanting reverberated beside his ear, causing the face of Yun Nuashing, who had become sensitive from listening to too much music over the past 2 days, to twitch. Even though he remained in his sleep, he still felt irritation in his heart. Moreover, it continued to accumulate. Finally, at a certain moment, he could not help but wake up a little. He abruptly opened his eyes, after which, in the next instant, his gaze was stunned. Then it slowly became gentle. Finally, a doting expression surged up. The girl's beautiful and holy face appeared in his line of sight. She was still sleeping soundly. Her silver hair that covered the bed and his body was covered in a layer of dazzling brilliance under the golden morning sun. The golden afterglow was reflected in the air, and the holy aura condensed the afterglow into golden ashes. The ashes danced in the air and disappeared in the air after a while. She held a corner of the blanket tightly in her jade-like hand and pressed it against his chest. She looked very cute. The soft white gauze dress with golden edges was pressed against her body because of her terrible sleeping posture. The pair of platinum wings in front of the dress were also wrinkled, and half of her smooth shoulder was exposed to the air. As he looked down, he could see a touch of snowy white that made his blood boil in the morning. Damn, this is no longer a problem of bad sleeping posture. Yun Nuashing was so shocked that he couldn't control himself. He flipped over and jumped up. With a wave of his hand, the blanket covered this stupid angel who didn't know what was going on. Then he sat down on the bed, panting heavily. He was covered in cold sweat under the golden morning sun, and his heartbeat was as heavy as a drum. He was obviously scared out of his wits. Little star, good morning. Before Yun Nuashing could come back to his senses, a gentle and ethereal voice sounded behind him. His whole body stiffened, and his neck seemed to make creaking sounds. He turned his head and saw Xian sitting on the edge of the bed, looking at him with a smile. She had a very sweet smile on her face, and her smile made Yun Nuashing's heart tremble. Girl, Yun Nuashing swallowed hard and said with a trembling voice, "Nothing happened last night, right? Please, tell me that nothing happened last night." Ziyan's smile became even more brilliant. She had clearly seen the scene just now. She had even seen a certain someone seeing something that he shouldn't have seen. At this moment, when she saw his panicked appearance, she couldn't help but move forward and whisper in his ear, "Little Xingxing, don't you want something to happen?" Yun Nuashing's face instantly turned red, and then it turned blue. Seeing the big change in his expression, Ziyan couldn't help but laugh. She waved her hand and said, Okay, I won't tease you any more. I woke up last night, but I just got up." Ming didn't have a good sleeping posture. Probably because he didn't sleep well, the messy music only weakened to an imperceptible level when it was close to midnight. Before that, Ming tossed and turned for a long time. Only Little Star could fall asleep in that kind of situation. After saying that, seeing that his face gradually calmed down, Ziyan suddenly laughed again. She reached out and tapped his nose, saying, "Big bad guy, you saw everything." Hearing this, Yun Nuashing tilted his head, gritted his teeth, and subconsciously retorted. He blurted out without thinking, "You guys still stripped me. My body is as clean as ice and as clean as jade. Then you guys also have to, After saying it, Yun Nuashing regretted it. His face turned as red as a pig's liver, and he quickly shut his mouth. A row of cold sweat appeared on his forehead, but he couldn't take back what he said. Then he saw Ziyan's smile become even brighter. She suddenly cupped his face with her lily-white hands, and her pretty face was very close to his. She licked her red lips and teased, "Little Star, do you want me to take responsibility?" Yun Nuashing was speechless. He shouldn't have brought up this topic. Why did he suddenly lose his mind? Why did he lose his mind now? Why couldn't he calm down when facing this girl? Seeing that he was silent and hesitating, Ziyan seemed to have thought of something. A mischievous look appeared in Mei Mao's eyes. Then she pressed on his shoulder and threw herself forward. Yun Nuashing was shocked. When he came back to his senses and saw the ceiling appear in his line of sight, he couldn't help but laugh bitterly in his heart. Had he fallen into the devil's hands in this life? Was there really no escape? Although half an hour had passed, nothing had happened. Yun Nuashing got up with a red face and hurriedly put on his clothes. Before this, he was still wearing a loose nightgown, the kind that exposed his chest. Yun Nuashing sat on the edge of the bed to tidy up his long hair. When he saw Ziyan lying on the bed and looking at him with a smile and his beautiful legs moving up and down, he couldn't help but mutter and turn his head away awkwardly. His ears were completely red and his body was a little hot. "Seriously, don't tease me all the time." When Ziyan heard this, he tilted his head and looked at the side of his red face. He couldn't help but laugh. "But who was the one who took the initiative to kiss me and phone that time?" Yun Nuashing's hands that were stroking his colorful hair trembled. His face turned even redder. He quickly lowered his head. "That time was it an accident?" Ziyan chuckled. Yun Nuashing's body stiffened. He shook his head vigorously. "No, then why?" When Ziyan heard this, he let out a long sigh. He felt a little bitter. She had already let go of the restraint that a girl should have. Generally speaking, this kind of thing should be reversed. However, Little Star was a little special. Those seniors also said the same thing. If 1 day, 1 year, 10 years, or 100 years didn't work, then he would spend the rest of his life. Didn't they agree on this back then? When she thought of this, the bitterness in her eyes dissipated. She continued to look at him with a gentle smile. After a few seconds of silence, Yun Nuashing weakly put down his hands. There was a hint of helplessness in his eyes. He sighed faintly. His voice was a little low. He didn't immediately speak. Instead, he fell silent again and continued to sigh. His eyes grew darker and darker. "Can I really have such a beautiful thing?" Ziyan's expression froze. "I'm sorry, girl. Things have already come to this point. I must be a bastard to say such things. Yun Nuashing rubbed the long hair in front of his forehead. His palms unconsciously swayed on his head. The chains of the heart have existed for a long time. They already existed in Quarter Moon's life. Nothing was changed except for the sweet thing, love. Even if that wasn't the reason, do I have the right to have these things? Devil, demon, demon king, chaos, chaos, nothingness, monster. I'm just a strange creature that many people hate. I lost the right to be human. I gave it up myself. Then I thought, there are still people around me who acknowledge me. That's enough. I've massacred an entire planet, destroyed a galaxy, crushed the light of an entire world into dust. Like a madman, I've massacred countless people. I'm not a good person. No matter what righteous reason I have for doing these things, I'm not a good person. Someone like me can sit on this. Yun Nuashing rubbed her long hair in distress and smiled bitterly. After a while, she turned her head. Her eyes were extremely clear. She looked at Xian with some helplessness and said softly, I like you, girl, but I haven't been able to deepen my feelings for you. That's because I'm questioning myself. I feel that I don't have the right to have those beautiful things. It's even more so after I recovered my memories. Taking a deep breath, Yun Nuashing narrowed her eyes and said, I've always wanted you to be well. I've always treated you as perfect works of art. You're the sustenance of my soul. I carefully looked at you and couldn't bear to touch you. I wanted to get close to you, but I didn't want you to be involved in the darkness behind me. I hesitated, kept hesitating, kept a distance like a fool, shamelessly longing for you and hating myself at the same time. I should have hardened my heart and left you, but you want to stay by my side. It makes me feel very conflicted, very happy, very anxious. I'm worried that you'll find out about my past one day and turn away in disgust. Perhaps in that way, I'll be more relaxed and also feel disappointed. But it doesn't matter as long as you're well. Xian was silent. Mei Mao looked at him quietly and listened quietly. It turned out that this was the last hurdle in his heart. Even though he hadn't recovered his memory, the sins of the past still weighed on his heart, making him unable to move forward. He was trapped in the situation of the past. After he recovered his memory, the shadows of the past came to him like a nightmare. She knew that this wall was probably very difficult to break through. It kept everyone from getting close to his heart. If people only heard about the things he had done, they would probably hate him. But on the contrary, in the distant past, there were people who had witnessed everything. Even so, they were still willing to stay by his side and wait for him. They had never given up until today. She felt that this was enough to prove a lot, but he couldn't get over the hurdle in his heart. He was finally willing to say this sentence. She dared to say that this was the best evidence that he wanted to change. He hoped that this would be the case, and she would always be by his side until the day he got what he wanted and changed himself. It wouldn't be too far away. It had been a long time since they had known each other. He had changed bit by bit and gradually revealed his true feelings. His frozen heart had melted bit by bit. She could see this, and Ming Ming could definitely feel it as well. Her brother had already undergone an earth-shattering change, but he couldn't show it at all. After listening quietly to Yun Nuashing, a look of struggle appeared on his face. He was very conflicted. He longed, cherished, was afraid, and was worried. Everything was written on his face. In the end, Xian just smiled sweetly. Under his stunned gaze, she reached out and gently pulled him into her arms. She didn't say anything and just hugged him like that. The changing expression on Yun Nuashing's face suddenly disappeared and was replaced by a touch of embarrassment. After a long time, she said carefully, "Shouldn't you say something? Say something. What should I say?" Xian thought for a while. Her lily-white hand gently ran through his long hair. Then she chuckled and said, "Then I'll say something that Little Star said unintentionally before." Yun Nuashing was stunned. Something that he said before? Xian chuckled and breathed a breath of fragrant air into his ear. She whispered softly, "Companionship is the most long-lasting confession." After that, she smiled mischievously and said, "I just want to stay by Little Star's side and wait for you. That's all." Yun Nuashing's heart skipped a beat. His eyes lit up for a moment, but then gradually dimmed. "Little girl over there, since you're awake, say a few words. It's rare to have some private time." Xian turned her head and said to the stupid angel who had actually woken up a long time ago and heard everything. This little angel was not professional at eavesdropping. Ming flipped the blanket over her body and jumped onto Yun Nuashing's back with a grin. The wings behind her flapped gently. She looked up at Xian and muttered, "You're done talking. What do you want me to say?" Yun Nuashing was stunned. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This girl. Anyway, that's it. Stupid brother. Ming muttered. She grabbed Yun Nuashing with both hands and took her out of Xian's arms. She flipped her over and pressed her down on the bed. The golden Mei Mao stared straight into his eyes and said, "We don't know what happened in the past, and I won't say that the past is the past. It's unrealistic for you to pretend that nothing happened. However, things have happened so many years ago. We can't always stay in the same place. We have to look forward and continue moving forward. How can we be trapped in the past? It's time for us to wake up. You guys?" Yun Nuashing's expression was bitter. She wanted to laugh, but she couldn't. Ming stuck out her tongue and teased, "I'm also confessing to my brother." Slowly, constantly. As she spoke, she blushed and turned her head away in embarrassment. It seemed that she was completely used to it, unlike Xian. While her hair was in a mess, Yun Nuashing inadvertently glanced at Ming's ears. A pair of mini wings that were 1 or 2 sizes smaller than a palm had appeared behind Ming's head. They were spread open and swaying gently against Ming's head. They seemed to be telling him that their owner's heart was throbbing. It didn't seem to be the time to talk about this. He knew. He knew everything. He was just worried. He wasn't afraid of anything. He wasn't afraid that the things that had happened in the past would turn into resentful spirits and come looking for him. He had destroyed countless worlds, so why would he be afraid of those dead things? Even now, he didn't feel that he had done anything wrong. It was just that when it came to his feelings, he would always hesitate and hesitate. He was afraid that these beautiful things were just a sweet illusion. He was a clumsy guy. He used to be a god and knew everything in the world. However, he couldn't understand such a small thing. It was no wonder that those who knew him would sigh and say that this guy was a stupid blockhead. Perhaps this was also an unexpected cuteness? On the other side, Chu Yingzhan, who had woken up earlier than them, was currently conversing with Chu Zhangping and Chu Yang on a small cliff behind the quiet courtyard. Her words flowed like a river, embellishing the story of what Yun Nuashing had told them, making it seem as if she had personally witnessed it. Furthermore, Chu Yang could not be any more clear about this kind of agitated expression. This kind of agitated expression because someone else had done something that could shock the heavens and shake the earth was very similar to his wife's. Is that so? He succeeded in the end. 2 types of celestial songs. What an impressive little guy. Chu Yang smiled faintly. He looked at her with an inexplicable gaze. Chu Zhangping pressed this overly excited little girl down and gently stroked her hair. He chuckled softly and said, "What's next? What do you plan to do after the matter of the immortal King Valley is resolved?" Next? Chu Yingzhan's body swayed slightly. After thinking for a while, she said, "The fool still has to deal with the problem of the pillars of creation. It is said that the next 3 are at the land of Kunming. Calculating the time, they will probably set off before noon. Dad, is there anything fun at the land of Kunming?" Chu Yang was also stunned. After thinking for a while, he smiled and shook his head. "I'm not too sure." "TSK, you claim to have traveled to the realm of the gods. Don't you know anything about the land next to our house?" Chu Yingzhan muttered. She reached out and patted him on the shoulder. Although she said that, she didn't seem to be complaining at all. "Back then, I did travel to the realm of the gods. However, when I first left the Kuan-Yuan region, I went to the Gan-Yuan region. After going around in circles, I went to the Ji-Yuan region. After that, I spent a long time in the Divine Prefecture. When I reached this level, I felt that I could solve your problem. So I returned to the Kuan-Yuan region and found the place where you were first hidden. It was the residence of the city, lord of the Tsang royal city. Chu Yang scratched his head. He established the Chu Yingzhan because he wanted a place to stay and protect his family. Chu Yingzhan had been sleeping for hundreds of thousands of years. He felt very guilty that he could solve the problem only when he became an emperor god. I'll go check on the fool. He should be awake by now. Chu Yingzhan waved her hand and was about to jump off the cliff. Hey, wait. Chu Zhangping quickly pulled her back and pinched her face with both hands. He smiled and said, Do you want your father to prepare a dowry? Chu Yingzhan's eyes widened. Her face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the next second, she exploded. Auntie, what are you talking about? How could I fall into the hands of that bastard harem fool? Even if I die alone, I won't fall into the hands of that fool. Absolutely, absolutely impossible. No way. No way. At percent, seeing that his daughter was spouting nonsense, Chu Yang angrily pressed down on the angry kitten. He rubbed her hair and said, Your eyes are too similar to your mother's. You can't hide it. Tell me honestly, when did you get together with that kid? No, that's not it. I didn't. I really didn't. Impossible, impossible. Chu Yingzhan was about to burn up. Her face was even redder than the sun. She buried her face in Chu Zhangping's chest and cried, I didn't. Annie, I really didn't. It's impossible. Chu Zhangping blushed with shame and hurriedly patted the girl's back. Then he rolled his eyes at Chu Yang, who was laughing dryly, and transmitted, Look at you, you've driven Xian are crazy. Chu Yang coughed dryly. You have a part in it, too. Although it's fine as long as the girl likes it. He coughed again and said, But this kid has too many girls around him. Let's take a look first. I don't think Xiao Yun is a playboy. This girl doesn't even know that she's about to throw herself at him. After saying that, the two of them sighed. They were still young. Chapter 982. It was a secluded place with a blue sky and white clouds. There were mountains and lakes in the distance. On the lake that looked like the sea, there was a huge black metal pillar. It was unknown how wide or long it was. When one walked in front of it, one would even have the illusion that it was a vertical black land. The black pillar had been there since ancient times. It was silent for thousands of years and did not change at all, as if it would stay there forever. However, at this moment, the sea below suddenly rippled. Although the ripples were small, they spread to every corner of the sea. At the bottom of the black pillar, a circle of runes lit up. These runes were only the size of a palm. Runes of 10 different colors appeared. From afar, they looked like 10 rays of light. After they appeared, they were silent for a while. Then they climbed up at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was not very fast, but it was very obvious. At the same time, a strange aura was quietly born in this place and spread to every corner of the space. Chu Zhangping's quiet courtyard in the Chu world. It was noisy early in the morning. A group of people who had slept for a long time were full of energy early in the morning. They could not bear the loneliness and started fighting. They were lucky that they did not tear down the courtyard. At this time, the sun had climbed to the top of the sky. The group of people woke up. Those who had been fighting all morning felt refreshed. Those who slept in bed also slowly got up. After sitting for a while, they felt that something was wrong. When they realized that Yun Nuashing and the other two were gone, they could not help but squint their eyes and whisper to each other. Yuan Shi and Nightmare could not stop laughing. It's that, right? It's that, right? It's finally time, right? That. Everyone looked at the two who were laughing mischievously. Yuan Shi and Nightmare quickly sat up straight and still looking dignified. Well, it seemed that everyone was quite pure. It was better not to talk about this topic, in case it led to bad things for the children. After sitting quietly and drinking tea for a while, Yu-er could not sit still any longer. She carried little Purple Soul and ran to the courtyard to play. Little Moon sighed and had a worried look on her face. She hurriedly followed. She felt that she was about to become an old mother who loved to worry. She had to take care of the two who loved to play and were not afraid of anything. Yuan, she hung himself upside down from the ceiling. His white robe hung from the ceiling against gravity. His hands were folded on his shoulders, and his mouth was muttering something. Nightmare hung himself upside down on the back of the sofa. His eyes were rolled, and his tongue was hanging by his side. He looked like a corpse. It seemed that after 3 days of idleness, they were so bored that they were about to go moldy. After all, it was at this time they had just done something earth-shattering and had not decided what to do next. Then a group of people fainted and were forced to quiet down and rest for a period of time. Stuck at this time, even the backbone was resting, and the group of people were so bored that they could only stare blankly or else they would go moldy. As for the matter of cultivation, they had already been tortured by that strange melody for 3 days, and each of them had their own gains. They felt that they should rest for a while. Hey, do you guys want to go to a place where you can train your combat power? Yuan, the bat hanging from the ceiling, asked. Why, did you suddenly think of something fun? Nightmare asked. Yuan, she's body swayed back and forth on the ceiling. Wait a minute. When Little Star wakes up, we have to go to the southeast of Kuan-Yuan, which is the land of Kunming. If you think of any fun places, maybe Little Star will be interested. Qin Yan and Mei Mao spun around. You're the one who wants to go and play, right? I don't say that. Yuan, she chuckled. Since we're not in a hurry, isn't it good to go out and play leisurely? Little Star said so. Yes. Bing Air nodded. She was a little excited at the mention of going out to play. Qin Yan thought for a while and turned Mei Mao to Chu Xianling. Chu Xianling was in a daze. When he saw Qin Yan looking at him, he turned his head and thought for a while. The others looked at him expectantly. After a while, Chu Xianling shook his head. Sorry, I can't think of any fun places. Everyone sighed. We rarely go to the land of Kunming. Seeing that everyone was a little depressed, Chu Xianling quickly pulled Chu Chen's sleeve and said, Little Chin, although you're not reliable, you've been running around outside for a long time. Did you hear anything interesting? I'm sorry that I'm not reliable. Chu Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry and shook his head. Sister Xian probably knows a little. I really haven't heard of anything fun in the land of Kunming. Has your family never been to the land of Kunming? Yuan, she couldn't help but ask. Chu Xianling nodded. Father talked to us when he was free. He didn't stay in the land of Kunming for a long time before, so he didn't know much about the land of Kunming. As for us, we haven't been there much, but we've been to the Taiyuan region. Is this the end of our trip to the Taiyuan region? Is there nothing interesting? Yuan, she crossed his arms and sighed helplessly. What's interesting? A voice that hadn't been heard before sounded in the hall. The soft and sweet voice made Yuan Shi and the others feel energized. They turned their heads and saw Yun Nuashing yawning as she walked out of the room. Zian and Ming followed closely behind her. He couldn't help but laugh. You're finally awake. Oh, boss, is the spring night over? Nightmare waved her hand and casually said something that made the hall fall silent. As soon as she said this, Ming and Zian blushed, but they quickly restrained themselves. Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes fiercely and grabbed a huge fruit from her pendant and threw it at Nightmare. Ow! Nightmare was hit by the basin-sized fruit and rolled to the back of the sofa. After a while, she stood up with the green-red fruit in her arms. What is this? It's not something simple. I'll cut it up and share it with everyone. You'll feel better after eating it. I guess you guys had a bad night's sleep. Yun Nuashing pulled the two girls to sit down and said with a sigh. Nightmare nodded when she heard this. Using her hand as a knife, She cut more than 10 portions of the fruit. Then she took out a plate from somewhere and placed it on the table. Everyone had a bitter look on their faces when they heard this. They didn't just have a bad night's sleep. They slept like a log and almost didn't want to wake up. When the fragrance of the immortal fruit spread out, the 3 girls who were playing outside also ran back. When they saw that Yun Nuashing was awake, they happily pounced on her and gave her a kiss each. Then they sat beside her and grabbed the immortal fruit to eat. Yuan Shi hung from the ceiling and ate. As he ate, he felt that something was wrong. Even though Yun Nuashing had fairy items on her, she still took out another one. "Little star, how many fairy items do you have?" Yuan Shi couldn't help but ask. Yun Nuashing muttered to herself and swallowed the fruit in her mouth. Then she said softly, "There's a hidden space in my pendant. Not long ago. Yes, I unlocked it when I regained my memory. There are many things in there. In addition to what Xian Yin gave me, it won't be a problem to fill up 20 courtyards. Oh, the kind that's 100 meters high." The space quieted down again. However, when they thought about the possessions of these 2 heavenly gods, it seemed to be understandable. To hell with their understanding. Yuan Shi and the others smiled bitterly. Heavenly gods were indeed heavenly gods. How many people could they feed with this amount? "Idiot, what are you secretly eating? You didn't even call me." A voice suddenly came from the door. Everyone turned their heads in unison. Their mouths were still stuffed when they saw a beautiful figure walk over. "Hurry up and eat. Stuff it into your stomach." Yun Nuashing waved her hand and urged. Even without her urging, Little Moon and Little Purple Soul had already buried their heads and wolfed down the food. They looked as if they wanted to finish the entire plate. Seeing that the food on the plate had been cleaned out in an instant, Yun Nuashing heaved a sigh of relief. She looked at the fruit in her hand that she had taken a bite out of. She had just put it to her mouth and bit into it, but she didn't bite anything. Instead, she bit into the air. She was stunned for a moment. Then she turned her head abruptly and saw Chu Yingzhan grabbing the fruit that was originally in his hand and stuffing it into her mouth. She was chewing on it as she mumbled, "What's this? It smells so good. Oh, I feel so refreshed." Yun Nuashing was stunned. The hall fell into dead silence again. Little Star must have eaten that immortal fruit before. I ate it before." Yun Nuashing was in a daze. What's there to be afraid of? Chu Yingzhan patted her shoulder casually and swallowed the fruit with a gulp. "Are we ready to set off? Are we setting off now?" Everyone in the room had strange expressions on their faces. They only regained their senses when they heard this. Yun Nuashing sighed and looked at her strangely. Then she nodded. "More or less. If everyone has rested well, let's set off. We can rest on the way anyway. Uncle Chu, what's fun in the land of Kunming?" Yuan, she was still hanging from the ceiling. He turned around and asked Chu Xin. Chu Yang laughed bitterly. Just as he was about to speak, Chu Yingzhan waved her hand and said, "Stupid dad doesn't know anything. Don't ask. Let's go and find out what's fun. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go." As she spoke, she pulled Yun Nuashing and left, leaving behind a panicked voice. "Hey, you crazy girl, don't pull me. I'm going to hit. Wah. Clang." Everyone looked at the dent on the door stiffly. They judged that it was the result of Yun Nuashing's head crashing into the door. They looked at each other speechlessly. Did this crazy girl eat the wrong medicine? It was another exciting trip. However, there seemed to be 2 more people this time. Yes, they were Chu Yingzhan's younger sister and younger brother. The 2 of them were Yun Nuashing's little fangirls and little fangirls. Yuan Shi and the others also felt that it would be fun to have more people, so they brought them along. When they found out that the group was preparing to leave, Chu Yang and Chu Chongping hurried to the door. One pulled Chu Yingzhan and the other pulled Yun Nuashing to the side to whisper to each other. "Little Yun, please take care of Xian. Although she's stupid, always likes to cause trouble, and is always crazy, she's a very good girl. Chu Chongping held Yun Nuoxing's hand and said earnestly. Yun Nuoxing had a blank look on his face as he nodded his head. Oh, didn't you say this before? Chu Chongping chuckled and nodded. There was a different meaning in his gaze when he looked at him. It was like an elder looking at a junior, but it was more like an elder sister looking at her younger brother. It was no longer as cold and elegant as it was when they first met. You won't bring the child back next time, right? Chu Yang said to Chu Yingzhan in a heavy tone. Idiot dad, that's enough. Chu Yingzhan exploded. When the two of them returned, Chu Yingzhan glanced at Yun Nuoxing and her beautiful face instantly turned red. She cried out loudly and patted him on the shoulder with her jade-like hand. I definitely won't fall into the hands of a fool like you. With a face full of grief and indignation, she rushed out of the door of the music world. Yun Nuoxing looked at her back in confusion. He looked at the crowd and asked, How did I offend her? Everyone helplessly spread out their hands. Who knows? Chu Yang and Chu Chongping planned to send them off for a while. These 3 children were going to follow Yun Nuoxing out to train. They were more at ease, but they were also a little reluctant to part with them. Who knew how long they would be gone this time? On a mountain peak outside the Azure Emperor City, Yun Nuoxing and the rest stood on the Netherworld Ruins sword. Chu Yang and Chu Chongping stood in front of them and waved at them. Be careful! Chu Yingzhan and her siblings smiled and nodded. They turned their heads and signaled to Yun Nuoxing. The latter understood, and just as he was about to send the Netherworld Ruins sword out, his thoughts suddenly stopped. His hand trembled and his expression changed drastically. It was the most serious expression everyone had seen since they met him. He took out the purplish-red pendant hanging around his neck. At this moment, the rhombus-shaped pendant was floating in midair. The purplish-red light shone on Yun Nuoxing's incomparably serious expression. What's going on? Chu Yingzhan opened her mouth, but the light from the pendant suddenly flashed. After that, a purplish-red beam of light shot out from it, directly shooting up into the sky, leaving behind an inconspicuous trail of light. After that, the beam of light shone as brightly as the sun. However, it was still inconspicuous even in the daytime. After the purplish-red beam of light dissipated, the pendant also drooped down weakly. Yun Nuoxing mumbled to herself as she gently caressed the pendant. Her brows were tightly furrowed as she stuffed it back into her robes. After that, she abruptly inclined her head and turned her gaze, staring at the horizon. The others also hurriedly turned their gazes over. They all saw something. That was an extremely blurry, gigantic, black-colored pillar, so blurry that it resembled an illusory shadow. It simply floated in the air, faintly discernible. This was none other than the Pillar of Creation, the one located beside the Azure Emperor City. Chu Yang and the others had all seen it before. Right now, the pillar that appeared before their eyes was 10 more beams of light compared to the one they saw back then. The originally mysterious Pillar of Creation now seemed even more abstruse than before. Why did the Pillar of Creation suddenly appear? Idiot! Didn't you say that the dimension is isolated from the rest of the world? Even heavenly gods can't force their way in. Could it be that there's something wrong with that dimension? Is it unable to hide the Pillar of Creation? Will the myriad gods' world descend into chaos? Chu Yingzhan anxiously asked. There's nothing wrong with that dimension. Yun Nuoxing's expression turned solemn. Only those who have seen it before will be able to see it. Others won't be able to see the Pillar of Creation. There's no need to worry that it will appear in front of the world. But why did it suddenly? Yun Nuoxing suddenly stopped talking. She took out the Book of Epics and glanced at it. She exclaimed in shock, What the hell? The final defense of the Pillar of Creation activated by itself. Final defense? Everyone was stunned. Yuan, Shi, and Zian, who knew a little about this, pondered for a moment. A hint of shock appeared in their eyes. He had said that the reason the myriad gods world was able to survive from that ancient era until now was due to the protection of the Pillar of Creation. Once the Pillar of Creation, which covered the entire myriad gods world, activated its defense, it could protect the myriad gods world from any harm. That layer of defense was used to defend against the great reincarnation. The Pillar of Creation usually won't do anything unless it detects some danger approaching. However, the danger I'm talking about here is a danger that can threaten the myriad gods world itself. In this world, there's only one thing that can threaten the existence of the myriad gods world and cause the Pillar of Creation to activate its final defense: the great reincarnation. Chu Yingzhan exclaimed in shock. It wasn't even the 140th era yet. There was still a long time until that time. Threats of the same nature and of the same level. For example, the world that the myriad gods world is in danger. The impending destruction is also a threat. Yun Nuashing nodded solemnly. The end of the world? The end of the world. Huh. Yuan Shi and the others opened their mouths wide in shock. They had been to the 5 elemental realms and knew that the so-called worlds in the void were just light clusters. They had even seen the destruction of worlds. The world light clusters that were penetrated were annihilated in the void. According to Yun Nuashing, the world of the myriad gods world was also a world light cluster. Moreover, it wasn't indestructible. Now, it was suddenly said that the world where the myriad gods world was located was going to be destroyed. In fact, since the beginning of the mythological era, the myriad gods world had experienced many crises. It wasn't just the great reincarnation. For example, the destruction of the world mentioned just now. However, the world mentioned here referred to the world light cluster where the myriad gods world was located. After the world light cluster was destroyed, the myriad gods world would be spared. Then the myriad gods world in the void would slowly fall into another world. It might even fall into a new world that was about to be formed, or it might simply float freely in the void. The Pillar of Creation could completely isolate the void from devouring it. Then what exactly is happening now? Pillar of Creation. I heard you say that the final defense has been broken. Does that mean that the myriad gods world is facing a great threat? Chu Yang frowned and asked in a deep voice. He couldn't help but want to know more about this world. Yun Nuashing was silent for a while. She looked up at the sky and placed the Book of Epic in front of her eyes. Her gaze followed the Book of Epic and went straight to the sky. She left the myriad gods world and passed through the dark and boundless star field. She saw countless stars. Countless stars were born and destroyed. Streams of energy flowed through the star field. It was as if she was standing between heaven and earth and watching the stars twinkle. The stars in the sky formed a dazzling Milky Way and condensed into a huge cluster of light. The clusters of light gathered together like a human gathering city. Even the cities of the 3,000 stars in the star field would have gathering areas. The sparkling star field was like a beautiful gem embedded in the void. It was incomparably brilliant. He had seen this magnificent scene many times, but every time he saw it, he couldn't help but want to take another look. Even if it was meaningless and was just a simple gaze, he still remembered that he had other important things to do at this time. Therefore, he only glanced at it for a while before shifting his gaze away. His gaze continued to pass through the star field and increased its speed. It didn't take long for him to pass through the world barrier. Then suddenly, a laughing face appeared in his vision. He was stunned and quickly stopped. Then he took a few steps back and saw countless stars flickering in front of him. They were shining with extremely brilliant flames that almost burned the entire world. What he saw in his vision was approaching him at a very fast speed. He frowned and changed his vision again. He left this place and stood on the world light where the myriad gods world was. Then he turned his gaze and saw a huge fragment of the world light that was torn in half fell toward the world light where the myriad gods world was. Chapter 983. When Yun Nuashing looked at the two halves of the gigantic ball of light, a large amount of meaningless information surged into her mind like a tidal wave. It contained the information of the world within the ball of light that had yet to dissipate. This was a shattered world. It had already been destroyed, but the life forms within it were unaware of it. Perhaps some of the more powerful life forms could discover it and escape, but the ordinary life forms at the bottom could only unknowingly sleep forever. Most of the information in that shattered world was meaningless. The positions of the stars, the birth and death of the stars, the number of living stars, how many lands of life there were, and how many lives there were. Before this, all of these had their own meaning. However, when the world barrier shattered and the world began to fall apart, all of these became meaningless data. Trillions of people, trillions of lives, they were all just cold and emotionless numbers that had no meaning at all. This destroyed world did not stop all activities in an instant. The stars were still rotating, and the people within were still moving about ignorantly. Those who woke up early and worked until late were still working. Those who returned at night had just fallen asleep, and those who were similar to cultivators were still fighting for some unknown goal. Those who were powerful enough to sense the existence and definition of a world began to flee with the people around them. They either took the initiative to escape from this destroyed world, or forcibly resisted the process of the world's melting, resisting the devouring of the void. The only thing that separated order and chaos was the inch of land at the edge of the cliff. Any random action would cause it to fall to either side. However, order could not bring about life, and chaos would not cause instant death. It was just a small condition that was not worth mentioning in this huge event. It could be ignored without much thought. A star exploded in front of her eyes. It was the star of the shattered world. It should have still had a long way to go, but it ended its long life prematurely. The energy torrent that erupted blew itself into pieces, and its 3 companion stars were burned into charcoal, becoming 3 burning fireballs in the starry sky. The traces of life left on them were instantly reduced to ashes. However, even if their sun did not explode prematurely, the pervasive power of the void would have devoured them in the next minute. It was the same ending. No matter which one it was, it all happened in an instant. No one could sense the arrival of death. It was silent, and there was no fluctuation. Tens of billions of people disappeared without a trace. Buzz. The power of the void caused the 2 luminous spheres to dim slightly. At the edge of the broken world barrier, purple-black energy could be seen clinging to it, incessantly nibbling away at the thin layer of milky white barrier. Everything within was also disintegrating inch by inch, returning to the nothingness of the void. Life was born from nothingness, and now it was merely returning to its initial state. Not a single trace could be left in this world, and few could observe the scene. Without paying attention to the void's movements, none would know that there was a world here that was walking towards its destined destruction. I can't tell which unlucky world it is anymore. The light from the Book of Epochs was connected to his mind, allowing him to see everything in an instant. However, that world had already been destroyed, so there was not much information left. If one saw each world for the first time, they would not even be able to recognize the characteristics of each world. Yun Nuashing frowned slightly as he carefully observed that world luminous sphere. The Book of Epochs glowed. This world was destroyed by an external force. What kind of force is this? I don't think I've seen it before. There were countless worlds in the void, and the life in each world was like the sand in the sea of stars. It was impossible to recognize all of them, even if he was once a celestial god. Celestial gods would need a period of time to travel across the celestial realm. Oh, this was because the celestial realm was special. However, to thoroughly explore an entire world, one only needed a strand of divine thought. However, with so much information, it would take a period of time to sort it out bit by bit. Not to mention that there were countless worlds in the void, so it was impossible to know everything. After carefully analyzing for a while, Yun Nuashing found that he could not identify what kind of force it was. He shook his head helplessly and did not bother with such meaningless research. Anyway, this force would dissolve in the void. Even if it was about to collide with the world luminous sphere behind him, it would not affect it. No, the world barrier is dissolving too slowly. Large fragments will rush in, and that force will probably spread into the celestial realm. After a while, Yun Nuashing narrowed his eyes and found a problem. Then he shook his head. He thought it was not a big deal, but then his expression froze. This force is not strong. Not only was it not strong, it was a little weak to him. However, it was this force that destroyed a world. No way, this is the force of the middle plane of the 8 elements realm. How far has this world floated in the void? It actually floated to the upper plane, the important gathering point of the void of the 8 elements realm. Yun Nuashing was really shocked this time. This world was really powerful. It could actually struggle at death's door for such a long time. The Book of Epics told him that this world had been destroyed for at least 1,000 years, but it had not been completely dissolved by the void. Moreover, it had crossed over to the upper plane. Book of Epics, reverse deduction. Yun Nuashing shouted in his mind. The scene in his vision began to change. The huge, luminous sphere retreated along its original path in the void, and then entered a world that it had pierced. The luminous sphere of this world did not cause any obstruction to it. However, the luminous sphere of the world, which was originally a whole, split into 2 after passing through this world. It continued to retreat until it reached the depths of the void, until nothing could be seen. The reverse deduction had reached its end. There was a very powerful interference that prevented him from continuing to read. Although the Book of Epics could trace back dozens of epics, once it encountered interference, it would be easily cut off. He could only see the moment when the interference began, and nothing else could be seen. It destroyed at least 1 world along the way, and now, Yun Nuashing frowned. It was now rushing straight towards the world where the realm of the gods was. He turned his gaze back to the luminous sphere of the world that had been pierced by the world fragment. He looked inside and frowned again. The world fragment did not pass through in an illusory manner when it entered the luminous sphere of the world. Instead, it directly affected the reality realm. He saw that the world fragment had directly crashed into a star and shattered a planet with life. The edge of the world barrier pushed the world fragment across the star field, leaving behind fragments all over the ground as if it was pushing garbage. Strange, the world barrier's isolation is gone, and it directly penetrated into the world. Originally, it should have been a shadow that would at most cause a large-scale illusion. Now it directly caused physical contact and affected each other. No, the destroyed world was not affected. Instead, it was the world that was pushed by the world fragment that was wantonly destroyed by the world fragment. Yun Nuashing was a little shocked. This kind of situation was really rare. It should be that the world barrier of the destroyed world had mutated. Originally, even if there was a rare collision between worlds, they would just pass through each other without affecting each other. Some people who had strong senses and were born with strange eyes might see a huge shadow passing through their world, but it would disappear very quickly and not last for long. It was like a shadow, causing people to suspect that it was an illusion. But now, the destroyed world had become a physical existence and crashed into another world like a bull charging into a porcelain shop. It was simply a disaster. Based on the oval shape of this world fragment, I'm afraid it will. Yun Nuashing's face darkened. If this path continued, it would definitely collide with the realm of the gods. No wonder the pillar of creation moved on its own. Even though it had not arrived yet, it had already sensed the danger in advance and activated its own defense. That was a defense that was equivalent to the laws and concepts of the world, other than not being able to ensure the survival of life in the great reincarnation. This kind of danger could be easily blocked. He was only worried that the world fragment would be blocked after colliding with the realm of the gods. Looking at the speed at which the world barrier was melting, he did not know how long it would take for it to disappear. If it was really blocked here, then for a very long time the residents of the realm of the gods would be able to see another world blocking their doorstep. Although looking at it from the void, the world fragment was only a few thousand feet in size, One would only be able to sense it when one was really integrated into it. The size of a human was not even comparable to that of a microorganism. Therefore, when the time came, what they would see would not be a few thousand feet of world fragment playing with balls of light. Instead, it would be an entire world crashing down on their heads. That kind of size, just looking at it, would cause one to have a mental breakdown. For ordinary people, even for gods, standing on a planet and watching a planet collide with another planet was probably a very rare thing. The former would be scared out of their wits or scream. As for the latter, high-level gods would probably be more indifferent. This was because high-level gods were very clear that a planet colliding with a planet would not be able to kill them. The degree of the collision would not be more painful than a punch from someone of the same level. However, the size of the world fragment was still quite shocking. Looking at a piece of land slowly approaching in one's line of sight, then accelerating and finally colliding with it at the last moment, that would be a scene of destruction. It was breathtaking and incomparably terrifying. Of course, other than the Emperor God, probably no high-level gods would dare to watch a star explode in front of them. This was because if they were not careful, they would also explode. As for the collision of two worlds, this was a rare occurrence that happened once in 100 billion years. Even if it happened, one might not be able to see it or feel it. However, in the current situation, that world fragment was no longer entering as a shadow, but as a real brick. Not only did it have to enter the clear water of another world, but it also had to leave behind a pile of residue. If there were still things in the clear water, they could also smash the things in the clear water. Anyway, it was not a good thing. At that time, no matter which corner of the world fragment one was in, one would be able to see a milky white wall pushing horizontally from the end of one's vision, smashing everything in sight into smithereens. Its speed would not be very slow. Even though the size of the world fragment was very large, in the void, the light ball that represented the world fragment was only 1,000 feet in size. The speed of the light ball of the world fragment's movement depended on how this 1,000 feet moved. A distance of 10 feet per second was equivalent to crushing 1,000th of the world fragment's length. It would only take about an hour to break through the world fragment. Fortunately, the world fragment's movement speed was not considered fast. It was still some distance away from the world fragment of the gods. In the vision of the Book of Epochs that he was using now, the flow of time in his senses was slightly faster. Therefore, he could see the momentum of that huge object smashing towards him. Idiot! Hey, idiot! Yun Nuashing was startled when he heard someone calling his ears and his body being shaken. He hurriedly retreated from the Book of Epochs. He lowered his head and was stunned for a while before opening his eyes. He was startled when he saw Mei Mao's bright, obsidian-like eyes in front of him. Seeing that he had come to life, Chu Yingzhan took a step back and waved her hand in front of him. "You're awake. Hurry up and tell me what you saw. You were so engrossed that you didn't move for 2 hours." "Has it been 2 hours?" Yun Nuashing was slightly startled. His senses were at the edge of the world fragment, and he was in the void. It was very easy for him to lose track of time. Although he used the Book of Epochs to speed up the flow of time in his senses, he felt that only a short while had passed. He did not expect that it had already been 2 hours. As expected, no matter how many years had passed, he was still not used to this feeling. After a moment of silence and everyone's nervous gazes, Yun Nuashing smiled faintly. "Nothing." "Huh!" Everyone's jaws dropped. What did he mean by nothing? "Even if you're joking, you should pick another time." Chu Yingzhan exploded again. "What you said just now caused panic, and you were in a daze for 2 hours. What do you mean by nothing?" Ziyin and the others nodded and looked at him worriedly. "Nothing means nothing. Something did happen. Well, it's fine if you don't know." Yun Nuashing laughed dryly and waved his hand. "Let's not talk about this. Hurry up and leave." Chu Yingzhan took a deep breath and rolled up her sleeves. She said darkly, "Are you going to tell us or not?" Looking at her, she would probably pounce on Yun Nuashing and give him a beating the moment he shook his head. Yun Nuashing sighed and shook his head. It's useless even if I tell you. You can't help. Ha! You're an idiot again, aren't you? Chu Yingzhan was slightly angry. He said in a low voice, How do you know we can't help if you don't tell us? Girl, don't say stupid things. Yun Nuashing suddenly said in an extremely serious tone. In the realm of the gods, there are only a handful of people who have the ability to solve this problem. However, I might as well find a way myself to ask for help from those who can't even be seen. Xian and the others trembled. A handful of people. Was he referring to those dormant gods? The situation was so serious that the gods had to step in to solve it? Tell me. Chu Yingzhan was furious. I won't tell you. Yun Nuashing was angry. Chu Yang was a little speechless when he saw the two of them arguing. He glanced at Chu Zhangping, who also looked at him speechlessly. Then the two of them looked at Xian and the others and said helplessly, Are these two usually like this? Everyone nodded helplessly. They're noisy. Chu Yang and Chu Yingzhan were speechless. Chu Qin and Chu Xianling were also puzzled. In the end, Ming couldn't stand it anymore. She quickly stepped forward and grabbed Yun Nuashing's hand. She shook it gently and said in a soft voice, Big brother, tell us. It's okay to listen. I promise you, if we can't help, we won't do anything. Yun Nuashing's face twitched. He smiled bitterly and looked at Xian. The latter smiled at him and nodded. He was at his wits' end. He sighed and ruffled his hair. So troublesome. Chu Yingzhan muttered in her heart. Mei Mao was a little resentful, but she hid it well and no one saw it. Yun Nuashing pondered for a while and organized his words a little. Then he briefly mentioned what he had just seen. After that, there was no more after that. They were all dumbfounded. They had never heard of these things before. Seeing everyone's shocked expressions, Yun Nuashing couldn't calm down for a long time. He sighed. That's why I said not to tell you. It'll only add to the shock. Everyone laughed dryly. They didn't expect it to be so serious. But thinking about it, the level of the Pillar of Creation's full defense was equivalent to a world-ending crisis. It was just that this crisis was a little serious and exceeded their imagination. Has something similar happened before? Yuanqi asked. Yes, very rarely, very rarely. Yun Nuashing nodded. This wasn't a special case. He had seen similar cases before. The world barrier had mutated and shattered into other worlds. This wasn't the only case in the void, but the frequency was very low. Most of the time it was because the mutation in the world had spread to the world barrier. It was just that he didn't see a mutation of the same degree in the shattered world. The shattering of that world had started from the world barrier, and the mutation had also started from the world barrier. I don't intend to interfere. Let's see who wants to help. We still have to pass through many inhabited star zones. There are quite a number of strong people in those worlds. Let's see who can solve this problem. Yun Nuashing spread his hands and sighed. Are you going to stand by and do nothing? Chu Yingzhan glanced at him. Yun Nuashing shrugged and said, I'm not a saint. Whoever wants to do, that can do it. I will only help when necessary. In the end, that world fragment will crash into the realm of the gods. However, it won't be able to break through the barrier of the realm of the gods, and the realm of the gods won't move. So, the world fragment will probably stay here. When that happens, we can look up and see a white wall in the sky outside the realm of the gods, rubbing against the eternal barrier until the fragment disappears. Even if that world barrier becomes solid, it won't cause any damage to this world's barrier. It can be said that other than destroying a star system or a space on the way here, there won't be any losses. Then, 2 seconds later, he added, when that happens, I'll consider whether or not to help. That world fragment's melting speed is abnormally slow. It will take tens of thousands of years for it to disappear outside the realm of the gods. If I help, it will cause a huge commotion. So, I'd better pray that some powerful deity will volunteer to push the fragment back into the void or directly blow it up. There's still one more fragment. Didn't you say there were two fragments? One is coming toward the realm of the gods, then the other. The other one is passing by this world's barrier. You don't have to worry about it. Yun Nuashing raised his head and looked at the sky. This time, he didn't use the Book of Epics. He just raised his head and felt a little puzzled. He couldn't find the source of the world fragment, and the strange energy that distorted the world's barrier only affected the world's barrier. In addition, this path was just right, and it was heading straight for the realm of the gods. Why did he smell the scent of a conspiracy? Hearing his muttering, everyone's expression changed slightly. Chu Yingzhan's brain spasmed, and her expression became gloomy. She continued to ramble. The grudge from the primordial era caused the people of that race to use the power of several eras to take revenge. They have been accumulating power all this time, and finally they plan to make a move at the end of this era. They will first destroy a world and twist it into a weapon against the world. They will use it as the vanguard to smash it into the realm of the gods. First, it will be a test. Second, it will be a declaration of war. Yun Nuashing hit the crazy girl with a knife to wake her up. He sighed and said, "Can't you think of something normal?" "Woo." Chu Yingzhan held her head in pain and jumped up. "You said you think there's a conspiracy. Is there a problem with me guessing?" "There's a big problem. Even if you're guessing, you should be closer to the edge. You're going astray." Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes and flicked his finger in front of her forehead. He said, "In this era, only the people of the gods would know where the realm of the gods is. Only people from the realm of the gods know where the realm of the gods is and conveniently find the location of the realm of the gods." At this point, he stopped talking. Xian and the others also understood. Their eyes narrowed slightly. Could it be that the people of the realm of the gods had made a move? But why? The reason, and so on. I don't want to ask a ghost about the reason. Yun Nuashing shrugged and said, "Anyway, I don't want to get involved in this mess. I don't know which god has nothing better to do than to throw such a big thing here. But I'm not going to do anything. If I do, the entire realm of the gods will be able to sense it. Let's see which god has the leisure to deal with it. The power of a post-god tier is enough to deal with a mere fragment of a world. Unless it's absolutely necessary, I won't take any action." After saying that, he turned his head and flipped his long hair. He smiled at the others. "So that's the situation. Even if that world comes crashing down, it will be a year later. During this year, it will enter the world we're in and wreak havoc in the other galaxies like a bulldozer. But none of this has anything to do with us. We'll just do what we need to do. As the saying goes, if the sky falls, there's a tall one to hold it up. It's not our turn yet." Chapter 984. Where are we going now? Yun Nuashing and the others sat on the netherworld ruins, soared amidst the light. Blurry images flashed past them like streams of light. It was difficult for ordinary people to see anything clearly at this speed, but with their level of vision, they could still see some things. Yuan-Shi looked down absent-mindedly, then raised his head to look at the sky from time to time. It was obvious that he was still concerned about the world fragment that Yun Nuashing mentioned. Although there was still more than a year before they would encounter the realm of the gods, he felt as if a knife was hanging on the top of his head when he heard about it. He couldn't ignore it even if he wanted to. There are 3 origin pillars in the land of Kunming. They are located in the south and the north. Oh no, one is in the 2nd prefecture, one is in the 16th prefecture, and the last one is in the 33rd prefecture, which is close to the Ganyuan region, Yun Nuashing said as she took out the treasure map. Xian looked at it and pointed at a few places with her slender fingers. She said, "After we left Lingwu City, we circled around the Kuan-Yuan region for a long time, but we didn't go to this place." She pointed at the lower left corner of the Kuan-Yuan region. There was also a pillar of creation there, but there didn't seem to be any origin pillars. The 12 origin pillars of Kuan-Yuan region were in 3 other places. Their first stop was the Spirit State City, which was in the upper left corner of the Kuan-Yuan region, called the Great Kuan Land. It was close to the center. After that, They continued to head east until they reached the Earth Cloud land. However, in Yun Nuoxing's opinion, no matter how detailed the division was, they would be flying around the Kuan Yuan region anyway. There was no need to look for any special places in detail. From this point of view, it was convenient for many people to divide the entire origin region into 4 pieces of land, and each piece of land was divided into 36 prefectures. At least they could know where they were. Sometimes it was impossible to find a place with just a big map of the origin region. They had to zoom in countless times to find the place clearly. It was a good idea to have a different map for each prefecture. After all, the distance across a prefecture was not small. Where is the specific location of the origin pillar? Yuan, she tilted his head and asked. In the 3 states that Yun Nuoxing mentioned, there was more than one pillar of creation that they could not recognize. Yun Nuoxing reached out and pointed at a few places. She also marked those 3 places and the other origin pillars so that everyone could see them clearly. If we go to the 2nd state from here, there's a city next to the origin pillar. It's a little far away. Nightmare drew a circle on a place in Kunming Land's 2nd prefecture and said, with Boss's speed, he'll be able to get there in 3 to 4 days if he goes all out. That's assuming that there aren't any accidents along the way. Ming thought of something and raised his head. Mei Mao looked at the horizon. At the edge of the horizon, she could see huge pillars floating in the air like illusions. They were like the moon in the daytime, and it was hard to tell if they were real or not. At this moment, they were heading towards a pillar of creation. If there were no other pillars of creation along the way, then this should be their destination, right? Someone noticed her gaze and raised his head to look at the place she was looking at. They saw the pillar of creation floating in the air, which brought endless shock to everyone. Everyone sighed in their hearts. This thing looked even more spectacular from the outside. You don't have to worry about speed. With my current speed, I can surpass the speed of light and tear apart space along the way. If I'm in a hurry, I can just travel through the void. It won't be a problem for me to get there in a day. However, this will neglect the things that we might encounter along the way, so maintaining this speed is enough. It can also squeeze some unimportant time for you guys to cultivate. Yun Nuoxing waved her hand and said casually. At night, Yun Nuoxing and the others had long gotten used to the long journey and would rest regularly at night. However, the newly joined Chu Qin and Chu Yingzhan were still not used to it, so they were urged by Chu Yingzhan to cultivate as soon as they arrived. Yun Nuoxing even made them dance a mystic technique of the divine level or above. When the 2 of them found out about the level of the mystic technique, they were so shocked that they couldn't speak. However, Yun Nuoxing didn't think much of it. That crazy girl's younger brother and sister seemed to be quite interesting, so it didn't matter. Anyway, those things weren't very precious to her. A leisurely melody drifted out from the netherworld ruined sword, reflecting the scarlet moonlight. The person playing the zither had long, colorful hair that swayed with the wind and fluttered behind him. The moonlight fell behind him, condensing a thin layer of red light. The substantial melody circled around him, and faint ripples appeared in the air like water. He was like a banished immortal who had fallen to the mortal world. A faint smile appeared on his beautiful face, and waves of fairy aura surrounded his body. His 10 fingers had a gentle glow, and he danced nimbly on the zither like an elf, bringing forth waves of heart-stirring music. After a long time, when the music ended, Yun Nuoxing opened her eyes. In her colorful eyes, the 2 diamond-shaped pupils turned slightly, and a trace of doubt flashed across her eyes. Then, she sighed and gently stroked the azure zither with her palm. It seemed that she wasn't very satisfied with her performance. It's quite nice. Is there anything you're not satisfied with? Gentle laughter came from beside her, and Yun Nuoxing turned her head. As expected, she saw Chu Yingzhan bending her body and looking at her with her head tilted. The obsidian Mei Mao also emitted a moving glow with the moonlight behind her, and there was a hint of a smile in her eyes. Yun Nuoxing shook his head. The charm is not right, the immortal song of the great Tao. The 4 songs of heaven and earth all have their own ways of understanding, and the way to play them is also different. I thought that learning the other 3 songs would be easier, but I was wrong. Looking at him scratching his head in confusion, anyone would probably think that he was a little guy who had hit a wall in his studies. Chu Yingzhan couldn't help but smile. This guy was a god. She didn't expect that a god would also have times when he had trouble learning things. Straightening her body, she turned around to look at everyone. After a moment, Chu Yingzhan turned around and saw that his expression was a little sluggish. His fingers were unconsciously plucking the zither strings, and his other hand was pressing down on the zither strings to prevent them from making any sound. After muttering to herself for a while, she said, "Is it okay for you to give those 2 to little Chen and little Ling?" Yun Nuoxing came back to his senses and raised his head. He knew that she was referring to the 2 divine level and above profound arts. He smiled slightly. "They're your younger sister and brother. What's the matter? These 2 little guys are also quite interesting." Hearing this, Chu Yingzhan wrinkled her nose. After hesitating for a moment, she said softly, "Thank you." And Yun Nuoxing turned his head in confusion. "Why so sudden?" "Well, there are all kinds of things." Chu Yingzhan lowered her head, her jade finger drawing circles on the sword beside her. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's. "My family's matter is also Aunt, little Chun, and the others. In short, there are many things. And Yuan Shi and the others all said that you're an idiot, so there's no need to thank me or anything. But I still feel that I still want to say it. That's all." Yun Nuoxing suddenly understood. Seeing that she was a little uneasy, he smiled and reached out his hand, pressed on her head, and rubbed it gently. He said, "All right, with a word of thanks from you, I feel that my efforts were not in vain." He didn't have any special requests. Saving the music world was just a matter of convenience. It was just that when he saw this crazy girl's dejected look, he couldn't help but want to sell it. He didn't want anything from the music world. Getting a word of thanks might be enough. Well, this was also for them. If it was someone else who asked him to do it, he would probably have to think about it for a long time. "That's not what you said last time." Chu Yingzhan lowered her head and muttered. Yun Nuoxing was stunned. There was a helpless smile on his face. "There are also many reasons. I can't possibly take care of all the matters of your family by myself, not to mention whether you will feel guilty or not. Some people with ulterior motives will probably think in the direction of whether or not I have any ulterior motives. The ways of the world are always things that can't be explained clearly." Yun Nuoxing let out a long sigh. "I hate those things, so I simply don't interact with so many people. Even if I don't communicate with people, I won't feel lonely. I've long been used to it. Now I also feel that, and it's pretty good to have you all by my side." That's so mushy." When Chu Yingzhan heard this, she shivered and rubbed her jade-like arms in an exaggerated manner. She felt goosebumps appear all over her body. It was truly a pity that this fellow could say this with such a deadpan expression. Yun Nuoxing laughed silently. After being interrupted by Chu Yingzhan like this, Yun Nuoxing no longer had the heart to play the zither. He had never delved into this area before, but seeing that he had obtained more than half of the immortal emperor's 9 melodies, he had no choice but to start learning music. At the same time, he also deliberately learned a peerless level music mystic art. Why didn't he directly learn the divine level and above? This is a new area of study. The concepts above the divine level and below are 2 completely different concepts. There is a huge difference. Although I have music mystic arts that are above the divine level, I can only start with the peerless level for the time being. There's no rush to learn higher level ones after I've mastered them. Yun Nuoxing muttered in his heart. Yun Nuoxing turned his head. Chu Yingzhan was sitting next to him. She raised her head slightly and looked at the twinkling starlight in the night sky. She was slightly entranced. The sea of stars was reflected in her beautiful eyes, gathering the beautiful starlight in the night sky. This girl, look at her when she's quiet. She's quite beautiful. Yun Nuashing muttered in his heart. This girl was usually crazy and crazy. She was even more energetic than you. It was rare to see her calm down and look at her carefully. How should he put it? She was also a devastatingly beautiful woman. He had already said this when he first met her. At this time he couldn't help but sigh. However, he glanced down and then rolled his eyes. This girl was always wearing men's clothes, so he couldn't tell anything about her. I didn't expect anything. I didn't expect anything at all. Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes fiercely. He felt that his thoughts weren't normal. He didn't know if it was because he had talked about some strange topics with Zian and Ming. He, who rarely paid attention to this area, was actually thinking about that kind of thing. In the spiritual world, Zi, who was lying on the bed reading a book, felt a faint restlessness in the bottom of his heart. He couldn't help but tease. Could it be that you've been holding it in for 70 eras? Yun Nuashing almost couldn't catch his breath. An old virgin for 70 eras. Kai Xia couldn't help but sigh. Could it be that you have that kind of, like a small problem? Do you want me to treat it? Not at all. Yun Nuashing was speechless. Thinking back to his 70 eras, he didn't have memories of most of the time in the middle, so he didn't mention it for now. Just take Quarter Moon's era. From the beginning of the 62nd era until she died at the beginning of the 70th era, he didn't think about women many times in those 9 eras. His desire in that kind of thing was probably sealed along with the chains of his heart. Could it be that you have a homosexual fetish? Yi was extremely shocked. Do you believe that I won't seal you if you say that again? Yun Nuashing's face couldn't be any darker. He definitely didn't have a homosexual fetish. It was just that he didn't think about that kind of thing. Besides, when did I have so many opportunities and so much time to think about that kind of thing? I didn't have much stable time. At the beginning of the 62nd era, the war between the god world and the demon world had already begun. I've been wandering from place to place since the beginning, and the time after that was also. Anyway, in the long 9 eras, I estimate that the time I spent thinking about that kind of thing didn't even exceed an hour. Yi and the others were speechless. This guy could really endure it. No one would believe him if he said that his sexual function was normal. It's not my fault. It's this world. Yun Nuashing was so angry that he laughed. Many gods and deities were virgins until they died. They don't need me. What's wrong with that? The problem is that those gods and deities probably couldn't find a partner, but you always had a girl by your side, and you still say that you have no problem. Yi said in annoyance. She didn't want to talk about this at first, but since he brought it up himself, she couldn't help but say, "You're a happy guy who's surrounded by flowers every day." Yun Nuashing. He always felt that he had brought up the unopened pot of water. He opened his mouth for a long time, but couldn't think of a reason to refute. After a long time, he was so depressed that he didn't say anything and ran away in a sorry state. Seeing this guy run out of the spiritual world with his tail between his legs, Zi closed the book in annoyance and casually threw it aside. She said, "When will we urge little Zian to push this awkward guy away?" "I agree." Kai Xia, Yi Shi, and Little White nodded expressionlessly. That, I don't agree. All right, I agree too. Lan Xian shrunk her neck, and her face was incomparably red. Everyone was stunned, and they slapped their foreheads speechlessly. So there was an infatuated little sister here. What a pity that 10,000-year-old Siscon was a real Siscon. He never had any gentlemanly thoughts about his little sisters. He only cared about them one-sidedly. Didn't he say this morning that they were works of art? Oh, right, he admired them as works of art, and he didn't have any dirty thoughts. But he can't stand the fact that his younger sister has designs on him. Unfortunately, these powerful girls don't care about him. He doesn't care about this either. He doesn't want to care about it unless he's pushed to the brink. Zi and Yi, she looked at each other, and then looked at Mei Mao and Lon Exen, or with watery eyes. They couldn't help but sigh. They suddenly felt that Yun Nuashing was a little pitiful. She was missed by her own family every day, but she didn't know it. Deling Domain, a large city on the northern edge of Kunming Land's second province. This place was only half a province away from Lingwu City in the center of Kunming Land. It was still within the influence of Lingwu City. Because of its influence, there were still quite a lot of people here. Many people were from other large regions, and they were constantly wandering around the central area. When the number of people coming and going reached a certain extent, the exchange of information would also be very fast. At least, all kinds of strange information were flying around here. A new piece of news that reached Deling Domain would spread throughout the entire city in less than 3 minutes. It was noisy and lively. For Yun Nuashing, it was like another world. She was still used to the quiet and uninhabited world. When she entered here and heard the noise, she felt dizzy. However, after a long journey of 4 days, she still needed to take a proper rest. She didn't like crowds, but she didn't want to be completely isolated from the world. They were just travelers, not ascetics. In the restaurant, she was used to sitting by the window on the 4th floor. This restaurant was not square and hollow, so she couldn't see what was going on the lower floor. The first floor, after entering the door, was a rather large platform. Only those who were close to the inside could see the lower floor and the edge of the other floors. Yun Nuashing and the others were sitting by the window, so they naturally couldn't see what was going on inside. However, there was never a lack of loud voices in this kind of place. They just needed to listen. During this period of time, there are people of the younger generation who have gone to the small divine land one after another. I've been away from there for 1,000 years, so I don't know what the situation is like now. The journey to the secret realm is over. Only a few families brought back sacred items. Apparently, the Far Light Institute was the biggest winner. They got quite a few sacred items. Didn't something happen last month? Apparently, they were jointly oppressed by a few divine institutes. Celestial Godly Institute was very active. Their saint died in the secret realm. Later, they joined forces with a few divine institutes to oppress the Farlight Institute. In the end, they were slapped in the face. The strongest disciples of those divine institutes were defeated by the Farlight Institute's disciples. At least the sacred items were kept. Although they can't be traded, there's no saying that they can't be stolen. The best realm to enter the small divine land is demigod to divine king. It's said that those with 3,000 stars will have unexpected gains. What's 3,000 stars? I don't know. I heard it from the older generation, but they don't know much about it themselves. It's just a rumor passed down from generation to generation. Many people on the sovereign ranking are still in God's realm. They're not in a hurry to enter the small divine land. Some of the divine sons and daughters of the major factions have already entered. I wonder where that person who was so powerful in Kunyuan region is now. You mean Na Ling, godly body? Oh, that monster. Who knows where he went? The Pavilion of Divination announced that they would no longer accept any requests related to him. Those factions who have been eyeing him are probably at their wits' end. Na Ling, godly body, has many divine weapons on him. If the Pavilion of Divination doesn't act, who can find him if he doesn't come out? But is that rumor true? More than 20,000 young experts with many divine weapons were all killed. It's true. Someone came back alive to testify. They were almost successful. When Na Ling, godly body, was exhausted, his companions saved him. That's why they failed. Kuinyan's yin-yang sky collapsed and sank more than 100 meters. You can go see for yourself. The factions behind those young experts have a lot of resentment against Na Ling, godly body. They painstakingly cultivated the beginner god-level experts, but they were killed like grass. However, they can't do anything about Na Ling, godly body. A few years ago, several giants in God's realm joined forces and failed to take him down. I guess Na Ling, godly body, is still alive and will this time. Once Na Ling godly body reaches the beginner god level, then, ahem, let's not talk about this. Forget it. It's not worth talking about. Yun Nuashing looked calm. Xian and the others looked at him strangely. They looked at each other and then at him. Seeing that he didn't have any reaction, they looked at each other and shook their heads, indicating that they didn't want to talk about it. Idiot, idiot, something's wrong. A hurried voice sounded in everyone's souls, startling them. They raised their heads and looked in the direction of the stairs. Then they saw Chu Yingzhan with little purple soul on her head. Pulling Little Moon and you are over. She sat down calmly and took a sip of tea. This movement attracted some people's attention, but they just took a glance and looked away. What's wrong? What happened? Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes and took little purple soul off Chu Yingzhan's shoulder. She held it in her arms and whispered, "Don't go out with this weird sister in the future. Be careful that she doesn't sell you." Little purple soul laughed and nodded, which made Chu Yingzhan short of breath. After organizing her thoughts, Chu Yingzhan quickly shared the information she had gathered outside. Everyone was stunned for a moment. They had all heard what she had just said. It was about the forces behind the group of young experts who had been slaughtered. However, her information was more accurate. Thanks to her, everyone understood that there were several thousand forces behind the group of young experts who had been slaughtered. They could only be considered as quasi-first-rate forces in the myriad god world. Some of them were first-rate forces. If these forces were to unite, even the major forces would have to raise their guard. However, the 9 shrines, which were 2 levels above them, wouldn't even bother to look at them. It was already good enough that they didn't come looking for revenge. This wasn't the end of it. Some of these people had the support of major forces. It was just that they hadn't made a move yet. In summary, there's no need to care about them. In this world, only a divine-level seer can accurately find my location despite the interference of 2 divine weapons and dozens of eternal divine weapons. Yun Nuashing didn't care. She couldn't be bothered with other things as long as they didn't get in her way. Those who dared to get in her way and cause trouble for her would end up in the giant pits in the realm of the gods. Chu Yingzhan rolled her eyes and waved her hand. She said, "Other than that, I've also heard other news. I can guarantee that even a fool would be interested in this news." "What news?" "Someone big." The first to react was not Yun Nuashing, but Yuan Shi and the others. They threw themselves on the table and stared at her with bright eyes. Chu Yingzhan licked her red lips and grinned. However, she didn't speak immediately. She looked at Yun Nuashing with Mei Mao. He couldn't help but sigh. He slowly sat up straight and crossed his hands on the table. He glanced at her and said, "Speak." Chu Yingzhan smiled with satisfaction. Then she said mysteriously, "It's about the fate of the 3,000 stars." Chapter 985. 3,000 Stars Providence. At the mention of these words, everyone, to be more precise, Yun Nuashing, Xian, Qin Yan, Yuan Shi, Nightmare, Little Moon, and you, immediately thought of the star trial in the north of the Source Peak region, near the Arctic ice realm. Until now, no one had completed it, but there was no time limit for it, so there was no rush. "Little star, does this 3,000 stars providence have anything to do with the star trial we took that day?" Yuan Shi asked. "A little." Yun Nuashing nodded, her fingers stroking the table as she said, "After every trial in the star trial is completed, you will obtain some 3,000 stars providence, or star providence for short. This thing is different from star power, so don't confuse it. This thing is related to the laws of heaven and earth of the ancient era. In other words, the little divine land that still has the laws of that era. That special space can activate this star providence. As for its uses, it will be confusing if you know too much about it, but it is very useful." "What the hell?" Everyone's face darkened, but it made sense when they thought about it. They had just entered initial god tier, and they already knew a lot of things. This 3,000 stars providence was obviously related to the ancient era, and it was another part of complicated knowledge that needed to be stuffed into their heads. I will explain it to you on the way, and it will be easier to explain if there is a real example. So, crazy girl, what are you trying to say by bringing this up? Yun Nuashing said calmly. Yes, yes. Chu Yingzhan nodded excitedly. She couldn't get a word in on what they were talking about because she had never experienced it before. Now that it was her turn to speak, she was excited for a second, and then she calmed down and said softly, "There is a place at the border between the 16th and 22nd prefectures. That place seems to contain this 3,000 stars providence. It is said to be very mysterious, and many people are gathering there. For example, some young master of some family, some genius disciple of some big faction, and so on. No wonder I saw so many people heading in that direction." Yuan, she came to a sudden realization. They were looking down from high up in the sky and could see many things. There were especially many people who were traveling. At that time, he thought something big had happened. He didn't expect it to be this. "So, what's the name of that place?" Yun Nuashing looked up. "Don't tell me it's some kind of historical remains again. I've heard so much about it that I have grown calluses on my ears." "Oh, it doesn't seem to be called a ruin this time." Chu Yingzhan grinned and poked her forehead with her jade-like finger. "It seems to be called the Holy Spirit Miracle." "Oh, what?" Yun Nuashing nodded casually. Then she froze for a moment, and a strange light flashed in her eyes. Holy Spirit Miracle? Who would dare to use the two words, Holy Spirit, as the name of a faction in the God realm? "Oh, in any case, that place is ownerless, so it's none of our business." "What's wrong with the two words, Holy Spirit?" Ming tilted his head in confusion. At the beginning of the 68th era, when hundreds of thousands of worlds attacked the God realm, the Holy Spirit realm contributed the most. The Changyuan realm was a bit better, but they also participated. Yun Nuashing said indifferently, "Since then, even if I don't say the two words Holy Spirit, you should know what kind of influence it has." After saying that, she remembered that so many years had passed since the incident. She couldn't help but sigh softly. Well, it's been 70 eras. It's probably very difficult to find people in the God realm who still remember what happened back then. I guess there's no need to hide it anymore. Everyone suddenly understood. One of the main forces that attacked the God realm in the past? That name didn't have a good reputation here. Right. Chu Yingzhan tapped her jade-like hand lightly on the palm of her hand. She quickly took a pen and paper from Zian and bent over the table to draw something. I also saw someone take out something and wave it around. It said that it has something to do with the Holy Spirit miracle. Everyone craned their necks to take a look. They saw her drawing a few circles. They couldn't understand it for the time being, so they pulled their necks back. They drank 2 cups of tea and waited quietly for a while. After about 3 minutes, Chu Yingzhan threw the pen back to Zian. Then she pushed the paper forward and said, "It's something like this." Everyone craned their necks and listened to her continue. "It's an 8-pointed star that looks like a cross, and outside it are circles that look like chrysanthemums, lotus flowers, or something else. Oh, it's an emblem. It's about this big." Chu Yingzhan opened her hand and let everyone look at it. It's probably about the size of a palm. However, no one felt anything when they saw the emblem. They scratched their heads and tacitly looked at Yun Nuashing. This was the time for that omniscient big boss to come out. But the big boss's expression seemed a little strange. Yun Nuashing's eyes widened. His multicolored pupils were trembling slightly. His 2 diamond-shaped pupils could not help but turn in circles. It was as if they were telling the fear in his heart. His face was filled with disbelief and fear. And in those eyes, everyone seemed to have seen something. It seemed to be the scene he was reminiscing about. The stars were flickering and extinguishing, and the flames that destroyed the world descended from the sky, burning the entire galaxy. "Let this world-destroying fire become the light that burns your sinful bones." The voice that echoed in his mind seemed to have been spoken yesterday. It was clear, and incomparably accurate. His memory of that day had never faded. He could never forget that scene, that day. "Little star, what's wrong?" Zian hurriedly pulled his arm and softly called out. Yun Nuashing's eyes trembled slightly and returned to normal. However, he was still a little absent-minded. He reached out and touched the emblem on the paper. There was an indescribable bitter smile at the corner of his mouth. After hundreds of millions of years, spanning dozens of eras, now you're telling me that it appeared here? After crossing 3 reincarnations, it appeared here? Is that possible? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. That thing that couldn't be found for 16 trillion years has now appeared here? What kind of intergalactic joke is this? Seeing his abnormal expression, everyone looked at each other. Then they looked at Chu Yingzhan and communicated with their eyes. "What news did you bring back?" Chu Yingzhan rolled her eyes. "How would I know? I just saw that person holding this. It wasn't easy for me to draw it. There's definitely not much deviation." "Girl, you said that place has something to do with the 3,000 stars providence." Yun Nuashing suddenly looked at her and asked with a serious expression. Chu Yingzhan was shocked by his serious expression. After a while, she calmed down and nodded. "If what I heard is true, then it should be true." Hearing this, Yun Nuashing leaned back in his chair and touched his forehead with one hand. He seemed to be a little depressed. "If that's the case, then it should be true. But why? This time span is a little too illogical," Nightmare couldn't help but ask. "Boss, what are you mumbling about?" Yun Nuashing was stunned and looked up. Only then did he realize that more than 10 people were looking at him with blank eyes. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. He quickly sat up and said, I accidentally thought of something in the past. When I saw this thing." He reached out and knocked on the 8-pointed star that Chu Yingzhan had drawn. It was unknown whether it was a lotus or a chrysanthemum. He said, "During the 68th era, in a distant world away from the world of the gods, there was an ancient life form. It was known as the absolute ruler of thousands of galaxies. It had the most unique understanding of the power of the stars. Even my use of the power of the stars back then couldn't compare to it. Perhaps the current me would only be able to compete with it in terms of the power of the stars after I become a heavenly god. We speculate that its realm might be above that of a heavenly god." Everyone was stunned. This was probably the highest evaluation he had ever given to that ancient life form. Yun Nuashing scratched his head. That ancient life form left behind a 3,000-star ruins in that world. It was speculated that he had fallen, but the specifics aren't too clear. No one really witnessed his fall. Let's not talk about that for now. In short, there is a clue left behind in the 3,000-star ruins. It is the most precious thing in the entire star ruins. It has the power to change the situation of the world. That clue ultimately points to the realm of the gods. You seem to have mentioned this before? Chu Yingzhan felt that it sounded familiar. That's right. I mentioned it once in the Jia Su secret realm. Yun Nuashing nodded. Everyone thought for a moment and realized that they had indeed heard him mention it once. No wonder they felt that it was a little familiar. Then they realized it and their expressions changed slightly. If that was the case, wouldn't it be, "This thing is related to that thing"? Yuan, she looked at the pattern and a drop of cold sweat dripped down his face. In the ancient times, it was because of this thing that at least 1,020 trillion lives were lost. Moreover, he was the one who executed it. Yun Nuashing grabbed the piece of paper and looked at it for a while. Then he said, "This is the symbol of the ruins, which is also the symbol of that ancient life form. I can recognize it at a glance because I have played with this thing a lot in the past. So many people from all over the universe have come to the realm of the gods and disturbed many ancient things. We have been running all over the place to appease those ancient things. At the same time, we have also been looking for the things left behind by that ancient life form. But in the end, we have not found anything." Everyone was enlightened. Yuan, she sighed softly. "So, that means we have to make a trip to that place." Everyone nodded and looked at Yun Nuashing. At this time his head was still lowered and his hands were resting on his forehead. Feeling everyone's gaze, he could not help but look up and smile. Of course, we have to make a trip. Then let's not delay any longer. Let's go now. Nightmare waved his hand and jumped up from his seat. He was about to walk towards the door. There is still the matter of the pillar of the origin. You idiot! Yuan, she slapped him back and shook his head helplessly. After resting for less than an hour in the inn, the group left in a hurry. The main reason was that they had received some incredible news in the Ling City. They had no choice but to leave early. However, before they left the second province, there was still one more important thing to do. That was their original purpose, so they were delayed for another half an hour. This thing isn't really going to break, is it? In front of the pillar of creation, everyone raised their heads and looked at the clanking black pillar. They were wondering if it was going to fall to the ground in the next second. Judging from the noise, some people would even believe that it was repairing an ancient artifact. A while later, Yun Nuashing ran back with his face covered in dust. His miserable appearance gave everyone a fright. Was it really going to break down? Yun Nuashing patted the dust off his colorful hair and said calmly, "It's past the maintenance period." Everyone was shocked. "Oh, what I mean is it's past the maintenance period that is unshakable. Normally, it would be checked at least once every era, but it hasn't been checked for 70 eras. The runes and formations at the bottom are twisted and tangled together," Yun Nuashing explained calmly when he saw everyone's terrified expression. Everyone let out sighs of relief. They thought it was really going to break down. "I didn't hear you mention this before. Are they not broken?" Xian asked, puzzled. Yun Nuashing pondered for a while and pointed at the sky. "The ones at the front aren't that bad. I guess something that could disrupt the laws of heaven and earth happened in this world, within a radius of a few 100 billion to a few trillion miles. If it accidentally affects the pillar of creation, it will automatically repair the distorted laws of heaven and earth." After saying that, Yun Nuashing sighed again. "Why don't you take a good look at yourself? You're already an old, broken machine. The laws of heaven and earth don't matter if it's repaired or not. The laws of heaven and earth will automatically repair themselves. At most, it will take a little longer. Do you think you need to do it yourself? If you break it, I have to fix it. The runes and formations are all twisted. Have you ever seen runes and formations entangled like a dead knot?" His words sounded like he was blaming the pillar of creation. Everyone was speechless. Thinking about it, someone who could distort the laws of heaven and earth in the divine realm was probably a powerhouse of that level. It's really not peaceful. Everyone who thought of this at the same time sighed speechlessly. As for runes and formations that turned into twisted sticks, they really hadn't seen them before. They were beyond the scope of formations and runes. Thousands of miles up in the sky. Everyone was very suspicious about this. In their memories, Yun Nuashing always liked to fly at this altitude. Others flew at about 100 miles up in the sky, but he flew at thousands of miles up in the sky. Yun Nuashing, the higher you fly, the farther you can see. Then, everyone stopped talking. This reason made them speechless from their current position. They had to fly straight to the divine miracle through the 9th region. There was a distance in between, but no one was in a hurry. When they occasionally saw a city, they would go down to rest for 2 to 4 hours. At the same time, they would ask about the divine miracle. The more information they got, the more they felt that they were somewhat ill-informed. The news about the divine miracle had been spreading for a full month. The entire Kuinyuan region knew about it, but it didn't seem to spread to other regions. Perhaps they felt that this matter wasn't that big of a deal and didn't need to be known by everyone. Among them, the most popular news was about the fate of the 3,000 stars. As for the rest, it didn't seem to be related to other things. Just as Yun Nuashing said, no one should know that this was related to the primordial era. Spirit Martial City's young sect leader of the 10,000 Flame sect, Earth Cloud lands young sect leader of a powerful force that controls as many as 16 regions. Kunming lands Qian family's woman. The competition is fierce. The divine miracle has existed for many years. I heard that all the families and forces have long cultivated their gods, favored ones for this place, just so that they can gain something from the divine miracle. So much talking. But what exactly is the fate of the stars? Who knows? Our elders hemmed and hawed. They just said that it can change the trajectory of one's life, and then they left. Countless people's faces darkened. Change the trajectory of one's life? What kind of change was that? Meteoric rise? Smooth sailing from then on? Or falling to the bottom was also a kind of change? When the divine miracle opened a few times before, some people went in and obtained the fate of the stars. Their strength soared by several small realms. Some even broke the seal and forcibly raised their strength by a large realm. Then, they cut the seal's duration in half before stopping. In short, such a mysterious thing spread throughout the Kuan-Yuan region in a mysterious way. Countless big shots in the Kuan-Yuan region expressed that they would wait and see. However, you can only go to the divine miracle once. You can't go in a second time. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Young people, seize the opportunity. This is your unique opportunity. But looking at your delicate appearance, it's not bad that you didn't die in there. As for breaking through, you can talk about it after you survive, little brats. The group of young people stared at the old man speechlessly. If it were not for the fact that they could not defeat him, they would have rushed up to beat him up. Along the way, many people were heading in this direction, but their speed was obviously much slower than Yun Nuoshing's group. They disappeared into the horizon in a flash. This was under the condition that Yun Nuoshing reserved a little strength. If she really hurried, she would have reached the divine miracle in an instant by entering the hollow. If the fate of the stars only has such a little use, then what's the difference between it and a fairy's item? A fairy's item can be eaten repeatedly, but there is no such thing as reusing fate. Hearing the voices of the crowd, Yun Nuoshing could not help but roll her eyes. Fate is to use the time of the heavens to nourish oneself, to follow the heavens, and to go against the heavens. This is ordinary fate. The fate of the stars is always a little unique. It's not like ordinary fate. It has nothing to do with the addition of two words. Everyone had a headache. She had said so much. But what exactly was the fate of the stars? Every time this question was raised, Yun Nuoshing would pretend to be very mysterious. She shook her head and smiled like a flower. You'll know when you go to the little divine land. If you don't know by then, I'll tell you. Every time this happened, everyone wanted to roll up their sleeves and beat her up. But after calculating their fighting strength, they silently put down their hands. They couldn't beat this guy. Even if their fighting strength increased tenfold, they still couldn't beat her. The 4-day journey passed very quickly. Yun Nuoshing and the others smoothly arrived at the junction of the 16th and 22nd prefectures. But before coming here, they also went to deal with the origin pillar of the 16th prefecture. That place was a little far from here. They even took a detour midway, so they didn't have to go through the Saint Spirit miracle to return. They were still thousands of miles high in the sky. In the sky, white clouds were floating at an even higher place. Their backs were facing the scorching sun, and pairs of shining eyes were looking down. Below them, there was a majestic city. It looked even more magnificent under the scorching sun, emitting a scarlet light. Above the city, there was a huge energy boundary. The energy boundary was a huge energy wall that surrounded the city. At the top of the wall, there were waves that rose and fell. It was only tens of thousands of feet high. The energy barrier used by ordinary cities was an inverted bowl that occupied most of the sky. The energy barrier was smaller, but the energy coming from the barrier in front of them was not small at all. Yun Nuoshing and the others stood thousands of miles high in the sky. They could hear the sound of wind breaking between heaven and earth. Figures were approaching from afar. Some were flying on swords, some were riding strange beasts, and some were controlling the wind elements. They whistled from all directions, landed at the edge of the barrier, and then walked into the city. The Saint Spirit City, the city closest to the Saint Spirit miracle. Yuan, she looked around, then raised his eyes and looked into the distance. Where is the Saint Spirit miracle? Nightmare tilted his head and looked at Yun Nuashing writing and drawing on the treasure map. He couldn't help but ask, "Boss, what are you doing?" "I'm marking it. At first, there was nothing on this map, so you have to mark it yourself," Yun Nuashing said without raising his head. "What you see is what I marked myself. Everyone." How bored must he be to do such a thing? Wow, there are so many strong masters. I really want to go down and fight. Brother, let's go down and fight, shall we? Was so excited that her eyes lit up, making everyone feel even more ashamed. The Saint Spirit City, the place where the geniuses of the entire Kun Yuan region gather. Xu Yingzhan squinted at Mei Mao with a smile in her eyes. "We missed it last time in the Yinyang world." This time Yun Nuashing silently tilted his head and looked at Xu Yingzhan and Yu, who were excited even before they went down. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Sometimes these two can be regarded as the same kind of people. "Hey, Dumbo, can you go down in a cool way?" Xu Yingzhan jumped over excitedly and shook his arm. Little star flashed in her eyes, making him speechless. Chapter 986. The Holy Spirit City was located at the center of the intersection of the 16th and 22nd prefectures in the Kunming land. It was quite famous and was second only to the Lingwu city in the Kunming land. The name of this city could also be heard in other large regions, but it was not as famous. Even though it was close to the miracle of the Holy Spirit and was related to the fate of the 3,000 stars, it was still the same. There were similar places in other large regions, and Yun Nuashing knew a few of them. However, this was the first time he had heard of the miracle of the Holy Spirit. Moreover, it seemed to be related to a secret story from the Archean age, which aroused his great interest. Unlike other cities, there was only one power in the Holy Spirit City. In other words, the city itself was a power and could be regarded as a first-class power in the Kun Yuan region. Other large cities were divided into 2 or 3 powers. Except for some special powers, most of them should be like this. When a god's strength reached the middle or high level, he could open up an inexhaustible space by himself. Land was absolutely not a problem, unless a large number of outsiders were needed to support the operation of the power. For example, the great power of the Kun Yun land, which occupied 16 states, each had its own characteristics. The reputation and power of the Holy Spirit City were first class in the Kun Yuan region, and with the help of the miracle of the Holy Spirit, it was constantly growing. In terms of scale, it was almost catching up with the Lingwu city. Every time the miracle of the Holy Spirit was about to open, the liveliness of the city would multiply several times. People from all over the Kun Yuan region, and even some other large regions, would come because of its reputation. I don't know if it's because I've seen too many other cities, but I always feel that there's nothing different. Yun Nuashing and the others stepped into the Holy Spirit City and looked at the luxurious buildings that were similar in size. Yuan, she held the back of his head with his hands and said lazily, they had seen many big cities, but after seeing so many of them, they realized that the templates seemed to be the same and the styles were different. Almost all of them are like this. I once managed 3,000 big cities on behalf of my family. I ran around and saw that the layout of those cities was the same. Nightmare waved his hand and grinned. However, every big city will have a symbolic building. If there isn't one, it will be a joke. It only has the name big, but it doesn't even have a soul. Spirit Marshall City's Light Spirit Cloud Tower. Holy Sky City's Holy Sky Pavilion. Sea God Domain 6 Shore Docks, Sunglow City's High Light Academy. These are all places where the souls of those large cities reside. Divine Sky Pavilion? Isn't that place for drinking tea? Yuan, she was surprised. Before he met Yun Nuashing, he had stayed in Divine Sky City for a long time and often went to the Divine Sky Pavilion. He had even treated that place as a tea house. Nightmare looked at him speechlessly and coughed lightly. Young master of the Yuan family, it's normal for those who know you to invite you in. Cough, cough. That place can't be entered if you don't have a certain status. Occasionally, there will be a large divine feast, and it has once hosted divine spirits and heavenly gods. Even now, if you don't have a certain status, even if you have the strength of divine, underworld, or above, you can't enter if you don't have a certain reputation. That place can be said to have the highest hospitality in the divine realm. Nightmare talked nonstop. As a member of the Nightwalker Alliance, he knew more about these things than Yun Nuashing. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim. Chu Yingzhan and Mei Mao spun around. Then what is the sole building of this Holy Spirit city? That Nightmare shook his head and pointed at a tall pavilion in the city. At first glance, one could tell that its style was very different from the surrounding buildings. Everyone looked into the distance and saw the extremely eye-catching building at a glance. They muttered to themselves. As expected, when they entered the city, they saw the unusually tall building and felt that it must be a little different. They didn't expect it to be the sole building that Nightmare was talking about. It was a pavilion with a green main body. Along the Golden Line, there were 4 tall towers surrounding the pavilion in a circle. On the top of each of the 4 tall towers, there was a different exotic beast carved on each of them. They looked like dragons, phoenixes, and chilants, exuding an indescribable aura. The Heavenly Beast Pavilion. Before the opening of the divine miracle of the Divine Spirit City, all the geniuses and experts of the younger generation will choose to stay there. The 4 heavenly beast statues also symbolize that the young people who can enter this place are all dragons, phoenixes, and chilants, Nightmare said. You don't dare to put the 4 heavenly beasts up there. Yuan, she couldn't help but ask. Nightmare rolled his eyes and said, In the realm of the gods, I don't think anyone would dare to use the 4 heavenly beasts as statues. Even if it's a totem, they would only dare to carve it vaguely. As he said that, he was stunned. He scratched his head and looked at Yun Nuashing. Everyone else also looked at Yun Nuashing thoughtfully. It seemed like this big shot didn't count. Seeing everyone looking at her, Yun Nuashing shrugged helplessly and said, There's a statue of Feng in the dark god temple. It was carved by Feng and Feng, when they were bored during the quarter moon. The charm of the statue is 100% restored. Those with weak souls would go blind just by looking at it. Everyone smiled bitterly. As expected, this guy was unusual. If that's the case, why don't we go take a look at that place? We might be able to obtain some useful information from that place. We haven't heard much about the divine miracle, and the information we gathered along the way doesn't seem to be enough, Chu Qin said as he scratched his head. You want to go in and have some fun, right? Chu Yingzhan said faintly as she looked at her younger brother with narrowed eyes. Chu Qin chuckled and didn't object. The Heavenly Beast Pavilion sounds very grand, doesn't it? It gathers the young experts from all over the Kuan Yuan region. Those on the legendary leaderboard might even be there. Big Brother Yin, with your strength, why don't you go in and have a seat? The last sentence was said by Yun Nuashing. He sighed helplessly and said, Why does it sound like a place for birds and beasts to nest in? Everyone. That one sentence extinguished their last bit of hope of going in. Furthermore, I don't really like the atmosphere inside. It's a gathering of a bunch of kids. If I had the time, I would have been able to find the location of the divine miracle and go in myself. Yin Nuashing shrugged and sighed. Everyone. There were still many things in this world that kids like them couldn't do. You shouldn't get involved in our field. In the end, he was still dragged by a group of enthusiastic companions toward that place. Seeing the curious gazes of the people around him, Yun Nuashing felt that he couldn't take it anymore. He was dragged forward like a puppet, and he cried in his heart. Actually, in my heart, I don't want to go in. The group of more than 10 people chatted and laughed along the way, causing many people to stop and watch. After walking for 2 hours, they finally arrived at a place near the center of the divine miracle city. It was mainly because the group of girls were walking and stopping on the streets as if they were shopping. Furthermore, this city wasn't small. Rather than saying that they were walking, it would be more accurate to say that they were flying along the ground. Every step they took covered 100 or 1,000 meters. When they arrived in front of the Heavenly Beast Pavilion, the group raised their heads and looked at the place that was surrounded by a circle of courtyards. The 4 towers that were carved with statues couldn't be climbed up. The main body of the courtyard was the greenish gold pavilion in the middle, and there was a huge signboard hanging at the top of the door. For large words were written in flamboyant calligraphy. Heavenly Beast Pavilion. These 4 words carried an invisible arrogance and an oppressive aura. It was as if it was testing whether the people standing in front of the door were qualified to enter. It implied that those who could enter were all giants among men, and they were rare talents that only appeared once in 100 or 1,000 years. Ordinary people would probably go weak in the knees when they saw the signboard. It should have been like this, but when they thought of what Yun Nuashing had just said, and then saw the people gathered inside, chattering and talking like a nest of birds and beasts gathered in a wet market, everyone felt helpless. Were they really going to go in? Why did they suddenly not want to go in? There were countless people gathered outside the walls, and they were all young people. Their eyes were sparkling as they looked at the Heavenly Beast Pavilion. There was a hint of longing in their eyes, and when they saw the people in the main pavilion, there was even a hint of admiration in their eyes. Then, when they thought of themselves, they couldn't help but sigh. However, they didn't want to leave and only wanted to take a few more glances. In the end, it was Nightmare who roared and then pushed Yun Nuashing forward. The people behind him came back to their senses and hurriedly followed. They threw away the inexplicable feelings of powerlessness in their hearts and walked through the crowd toward the Heavenly Beast Pavilion. There were many guards standing beside the wall of the courtyard. More than a meter in front of the wall was an empty area. It seemed that the guards had restricted the view of the area. Please stop and report your names. Yun Nuashing's group walked to the entrance of the Heavenly Beast Pavilion under the gazes of the crowd. A guard stepped out and cupped his hands at them. He said in a deep voice, "Only those who can be considered famous among the younger generation are allowed to enter. The rest of you, please stop." His voice was dull and stiff, and no other emotions could be heard. Yun Nuashing turned around and rolled her eyes at the crowd. "It's so troublesome. There are so many rules. It's just a small place to drink tea, and there are so many rules. The place where the little brats gather has especially many rules. It's smelly and troublesome. Just like the people inside, it's easy to put on airs, but easy to lose it." Chu Yingzhan wanted to cry, but had no tears. "Idiot, can you save some face for the young experts of the Kuan-Yuan region?" Nightmare raised his eyebrows and opened his mouth to say something. Yuan, she pulled him back and cupped his hands at the guard. He smiled and said, "Brother, we are cultivating in seclusion, so we can't mention our names. It's said that only the favored ones are allowed to enter the Heavenly Beast Pavilion, but it shouldn't be a problem if we are strong enough. Is there any other way for us to verify it?" When the guard heard this, he frowned and sneered in his heart. Just this sentence alone was enough to treat Yuan Shi and the others as a group of people who wanted to fish in troubled waters. There were a group of divine sons and a few demigods in the group. How strong could such people be? The guard smiled and shook his head. He said, "Please tell us your names. It'll be easier to arrange things inside." The group of people gathered here easily attracted the attention of others. It was easy to overlook this place from the top of the main pavilion. Some people also looked down. When they saw a group of people with low strength, they couldn't help but sneer. Then more people looked down with mocking eyes. Some people even called their friends to watch the show. "A group of divine sons and demigods want to come in? Hey, don't say that. There's still a divine king." I heard that they want to test their strength on the spot. Do they think this is a stage? Is this an opera troupe? Presumptuous laughter came from upstairs. Everyone who heard it turned their eyes. Then, they couldn't help but turn around to watch the show. It was good to see something fun to pass the time. Yoon Nuashing's helpless smile gradually disappeared as he was stared at by so many people like they were watching a zoo. He tilted his head and shook his head at Yuan Shi and the others. He said, "Forget it. I'm not going." Seeing that his expression had changed, Yuan Shi smiled bitterly and didn't insist. It was better to leave now. If they waited a little longer, his patience would be worn out. There would be trouble to deal with again. Hearing Yin Nuashing's words, not only the people in the pavilion, but even the group of people behind him who were looking forward to the Heavenly Beast Pavilion couldn't help but laugh. Some of the guards couldn't help but stiffen their faces and smile with difficulty. In their eyes, this group of people was too funny. Could it be a group of opera troupes? Were they here to perform today? The presumptuous laughter made Yuan Shi and Zian cover their eyes. These laughs were really unpleasant. They probably didn't want to watch the next scene. Presumptuous, you should feel honored that we are willing to enter this small place. How dare you look down on us in this insignificant place in the Kuin Yuan region? Nightmare shouted coldly and made a final struggle. He was about to announce his identity when someone patted his shoulder. His heart thumped. He turned around and saw Yun Nuashing's face darkening. However, it was obvious that he was still restraining himself. That's why I said that I don't like these places. I like to judge people by their appearance and use their background as a pass, Yun Nuashing said helplessly as he shrugged at Yuan Shi and the others. Everyone spread their hands helplessly. It couldn't be helped that he didn't like to announce his background. However, if he had announced his name, it wouldn't be so lively today. Why didn't he think about how many people with high status were gathered in this group? The spiritual divine physique, the young master of the Yuan family, the young master of the Nightwalker Alliance, the divine lady of the Qin family, the son of Chu Shen's daughter, and so on. Chu Shen's name was still very useful in the Kuin Yuan region. Yun Nuashing walked forward and said to the guard, "What do you think is—" "Well, what's that? Is there a bottom line for entering this heavenly beast pavilion?" Hearing this, the guard sneered. The first generation of the younger generation has to be at least an ultimate god. The second generation of the divine son has to be at least a third transformation rank. Demigods are not allowed to enter. Yun Nuashing smiled faintly when he heard this. You are only a fourth transformation divine son. After saying that, he raised his chin toward the back. A shadow suddenly rushed out from the group of people. Chi. That figure was extremely fast, so fast that not everyone in the pavilion could catch sight of it. Immediately, some people's expressions changed. That guard was also startled. He only felt a strong pressure coming from in front of him. When he saw it clearly, he saw a fist with a huge force pressing down on the air, causing his armor to make clanging sounds. "You're courting death." The guard's expression changed as he shouted coldly. Divine essence suddenly burst out from his body. With a low shout from his throat, his divine essence condensed in a unique form. Then he threw out a punch. His divine essence burst out like a volcanic eruption and collided head-on with the fist. Bang! The two fists with huge energy collided in the most direct way. A burst of energy exploded, and a wave of air burst out, causing many people behind to tremble. Some people hurriedly retreated, but when they touched the people behind them, they immediately fell like dominoes. The guard's eyes widened. The fist that was blasted out with a mystic skill trembled slightly. A look of horror appeared in his eyes. He only felt that the end of his fist seemed to have touched a sleeping giant beast. A sleeping but incomparably violent power was brewing. A moment later, it surged out violently. Boom! After a loud collision sound, the wave of air weakened. The guard's wrist was bent into a strange arc. That huge fist, with almost all of its strength, brushed past his arm and directly smashed into his chest. Instantly, his blood and chi were in turmoil. Blood spurted out from his mouth as his body flew backward in a sorry state. His entire body crashed into the wall and was embedded in it. His eyes rolled back, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The surrounding atmosphere suddenly became much quieter. Many people's eyes were filled with surprise. Some of their gazes were filled with ridicule, but they immediately became interested. They didn't expect that a fourth revolution divine sun guard couldn't even take a punch from a demigod realm brat. In any case, there was a difference of 1 or 2 realms between them. Chu Chin clapped his hands and yawned lazily. He looked at the others and said, "I am the weakest in this team. You guys should be glad that Big Sister didn't make a move. Otherwise, there would be another hole in the Holy Spirit City. Those who are deeply grateful can kneel at the side." Yun Nuoshing's face was filled with black lines. She raised her hand and gave him a knock on the head. "Why are you talking so much? Moreover, why did this brat also call her big sister? He was a guy, okay?" The surrounding people and the pavilion looked at Yun Nuoshing and the others in a different light. They didn't know how much they believed Chu Chen's words, but they looked at Chu Chen with some interest. Indeed, the people who came here weren't simple. A demigod also had such strength. Just as they were about to walk to the back, Chu Chen paused and revealed a clean and sunny smile. "Oh, I forgot to mention. We are the 3rd generation." Once this was said, many people narrowed their eyes. The 3rd generation. The 3rd generation had already entered the initial demigod realm. The timeline now should still be struggling at the demigod realm. Even the people from the major forces didn't have the power to force the 3rd generation of the younger generation to enter the initial demigod realm. The gap between the demigod realm and the initial demigod realm required the accumulation of time. They all came from that realm and knew how exaggerated the gap was. "Now, can we go in?" Yun Nuoshing looked at the other guards indifferently and said, "If you still can't, it's not impossible for the few of us, who are merely demigods, to take action. Bear the consequences." Once this was said, the faces of the guards stiffened. Other than someone pulling out the captain who was embedded in the wall, no one else said anything. Those who were standing by the door didn't block them in the first place. At that moment, they even moved their bodies to make way for them. Yun Nuoshing and the others smiled faintly before stepping into the Heavenly Beast Pavilion. This time, no one dared to stop them. Chu Chen lowered his head and looked at his fist. Although his expression didn't change, he was shouting excitedly in his soul. "Big Brother Yin! Big Brother Yin! This god art is so powerful. I can't even use 1/10,000th of its power. In the end, I killed a divine sun with 1 punch. This is the first time I've killed a divine sun." Seeing that he was about to turn into a nightmare, Chu Yingzhan glared at him fiercely and said in his soul, "You can't even use 1/10,000th of its power, yet you're still so arrogant." Yuan, she laughed loudly in his soul and gave Chu Chin a thumbs up. He smiled and said, "Little Chin, you still have a lot to learn. However, you did well this time. You've gained face." Chu Chin chuckled and scratched his head. He heard Ming say, "This time, I have to specially mention a certain hot-blooded fellow. He actually didn't impulsively open a hole here. He restrained himself very well." Yun Nuoshing shrunk her neck. Everyone laughed dryly. They didn't need to mention the name to know who he was referring to. Just as they were about to walk to the front of the pavilion, the atmosphere suddenly changed. It was very sudden. It was an oppressive force that directly descended on everyone. Ming and the others' expressions changed. Someone was actually using his aura to oppress them. Was he trying to intimidate them? Xian and the others were shocked. This was the oppressive force of a divine king. However, before they could react, the flammable and explosive object beside them went berserk. "Brother, wait." Ming was so anxious that she directly shouted. However, Just as the oppressive force appeared and her voice sounded, Yun Nuoxing's eyes were already burning with anger. His perception was sharper than theirs. Before they could sense it, he had already sensed something in advance. At this time, the power of the stars in his body was boiling. Boom! A huge starlight pillar that was thousands of feet tall descended, reflecting countless sparks. The oppressive force of a divine king was defeated by the most tyrannical force. Everyone inside and outside the heavenly beast pavilion was shocked. An earth-shattering force descended from the starlight pillar, causing everyone to be short of breath. Their eyes reflected the dazzling starlight pillar and were filled with shock. Coming here today was the wrong choice. If there is a next time, I will definitely not choose to walk into this *T place again. F*CK, U*, and %at. I should have flattened this building with a slap, just now. Yun Nuoxing's expression was cold. A mere divine king dared to use his aura to oppress him. Originally, he should have maintained a calm state of mind and ignored this. A giant dragon did not need to talk to ants. However, he felt inexplicably unhappy and irritable. Then he exploded. Kill the chicken to warn the monkey. This is what you want. Endless ants. Rumble. Energy that was enough to shake the entire world gathered in midair. The aura made everyone who sensed it turn pale. Was he killing the chicken to warn the monkey? With this energy, even the monkey would be killed by him. Who was he trying to show off to? Yuan Shi and the others smiled bitterly. This was really... Why did he provoke this flammable and explosive object for no reason? Wasn't the words spoken at the door enough? What was the point of showing off? What was the point of saying that the strongest of a generation would not bicker with the third generation? Although no one had said this before. This did not seem to be the time to say this. This flammable and explosive object included the entire Heavenly Beast Pavilion in its attack range. If this starfall were to hit, who would be able to block it without a high-level god? Just as Yuan Shi and the others smiled bitterly and were about to persuade him, Yun Nuoxing's expression suddenly relaxed. The starlight pillar and the violent star force trembled slightly and then disappeared. Everyone was stunned. When they turned their heads and saw his calm expression, they scratched their heads in confusion. Did this explosive object calm down on its own? Although the star arts had stopped circulating, the thick star chi that permeated the surroundings still made it difficult for many people to breathe. It would probably take a while for the star chi to dissipate. Moreover, the atmosphere here had become as quiet as death. There wasn't even a single sound. Let's go. Seeing that the surroundings had quietened down, Yun Nuoxing smiled at everyone. He waved his hand and walked into the Heavenly Beast Pavilion. Everyone was confused and felt that this scene was weird. However, it was a good thing that the attack did not hit, although they did not understand what had happened. Chapter 987. Ignoring everyone's strange gazes, Yun Nuoxing led the group into the Heavenly Beast Pavilion. This time, no one tried to play any tricks. Many people were shocked by what had happened just now. Their hands were trembling non-stop, let alone playing any tricks. Heroes, please follow me. After entering the Heavenly Beast Pavilion, a maid led them to their accommodations. Yuan Shi and the others were even more confused. However, this was not important. They saw that the maid's legs were trembling as she walked, and her expression was also unnatural. They could not help but shake their heads. Little Star's deterrence was too frightening. This maid was obviously not very strong. At this moment, her aura was chaotic and she could not control her body well. After arranging a very good room for everyone, the maid bowed and left as if she was running away. It was as if her life would be in danger if she stayed even a second longer. You've scared everyone. Zi Yan patted Yun Nuoxing's shoulder in annoyance and said. Yun Nuoxing shrugged. A bunch of brats. They didn't learn anything else well. Putting on airs, looking down on others, and using power to suppress others is something they're very familiar with. When I was young, when I was a beginner celestial, I had never been so impudent. It's really annoying. Yuan, she thought for a moment. He felt that Yun Nuashing was trying to say that he had never tried to use power to suppress others for no reason. He shook his head and sat down on the soft sofa. He looked around the luxurious room and looked at Yun Nuashing. Then why did you stop at the end? I felt that you were really going to blow me up at that moment. Yun Nuashing tilted his head. Oh, someone just called out to me. Someone? Everyone looked at each other in confusion. After confirming that it was not one of their own, they became even more confused. They did not know who had stopped this flammable and explosive object. Yes, some people said that they needed help. It seems like they know something. Yun Nuashing smiled mysteriously. Everyone was speechless. This guy was keeping them in suspense again. Or did he actually not know so much? In a dimly lit room that was filled with the faint smell of books, several people were sitting at a table. The aura that rippled around them would occasionally cause the space to tremble faintly. Strands of divine thoughts were intertwined here. The Saint Spirit miracle will open in 2 days. Will it be the same this year? The energy defenses of the final destination never showed any signs of weakening. However, the 7 guides responsible for handling the barrier are ready, and I wonder if they could lead everyone to open the barrier. That's a powerful defense formed by the thickest aura of the stars. It needs to be broken by the power of the stars. Other than that, even high-level gods can't do anything about it. I think this kind of pointless attempt should be abandoned. Speaking of the power of stars, isn't the little girl we saw just now a power of stars? Didn't you touch it? We don't know her background, so I don't recommend pulling her in. But she might be able to find the final destination by herself. The power of the stars in her body is too strong. What if she opens it with her power? In the past, the younger generation who could go to the final destination were all heroes. She's just a demigod. How can she go there? Oh, old man, don't be so stubborn. If you can't open it, it's a wasted trip. Every time, you bring less than 100 people to the final destination. I think that's why you can't break the barrier. Also, how can you be so old and muddle-headed? That little girl's power level, you dare to treat her as a demigod? Just based on what she showed just now, you don't dare to treat her as a demigod, do you? Everyone was silent. Indeed, the intensity of that pillar of starlight and its attack power were enough to deal with some weaker high-tier gods. How could a mere demigod attack? Maybe they have some kind of background. That brat said. One of them gently stroked the table and said in a soft voice. Devil Nightmare's words were still echoing in their ears. In the myriad god world, there were people who dared to call the Holy Spirit city a fart. However, those people were people from the true hegemons of the myriad god world. As far as they knew, there didn't seem to be any descendant of a hegemon in the myriad god world who had come to this place. Training in seclusion, that person shook his head doubtfully and reached out to knock on the table. No matter what, let's check it out. This matter concerns the final destination. I don't want to let a demigod in without knowing anything, even if she can help. Someone nodded. That person thought for a while and said, Oh, be careful when you check it out. It's best to look at those giants and see if there are any secluded disciples who have yet to be discovered. It's best to get in touch with them. Hearing this, the others nodded without any objections. They looked at each other, and with a sway of their bodies, they silently disappeared from their chairs. In the room, Yun Nuashing sat quietly on the sofa with her eyes closed. She held a ball of golden light in her right hand. Circles of invisible energy waves were emitted from the Book of Epics. Then they entered the void and quickly spread out in all directions at an indescribable speed. They rushed out of the pavilion, out of the courtyard, and out of the Holy Spirit city. Xian and the others held their chins and looked at her quietly. They yawned and stretched from time to time, looked around and waited for a while. Devil Nightmare dozed off for the umpteenth time. After smashing his head on the table, he raised his head blankly and rubbed the space between his eyebrows. Everyone looked at him with a puzzled expression. They were about to fall asleep when this guy knocked his head on the table and woke them up. Nightmare laughed dryly and scratched his head. Then he looked at Yun Nuashing and couldn't help but mutter, "Boss, you still haven't found where the Holy Spirit miracle is." No one knew if this urging worked or if the detection had reached its limit. But the invisible waves disappeared with a whoosh. The ball of golden light also disappeared. Yun Nuashing opened her eyes and looked at everyone. She tilted her head and said, "I can't find it." Everyone was stunned. "Huh." Yun Nuashing shook her head. "I used my soul detection in the void and searched 100 million miles around the Holy Spirit city. I even extended it to 1 billion miles to take a look, but I didn't find anything." "It's hidden?" Xian asked. After thinking for a while, Yun Nuashing rubbed her fingers on her thighs. After a while, she nodded and said, "That's the only way. Even I can't find it. There's an 80% chance that it was left behind by that ancient life. However, the Holy Spirit miracle seems to have opened many times. Could it have left behind some special methods? For example, the space in the pillar of creation. Could the two be of the same nature?" Little Purple Soul shook her head and looked at Yun Nuashing in deep thought. After a while, she suddenly jumped up and grabbed Yun Nuashing's hair. She giggled and said, "Brother, brother, I want to eat something delicious." Yun Nuashing cried out in pain. She quickly held her in her arms and waved her hand as she walked toward the door. "Ouch, ouch, ouch, ouch. Let's go eat. Girl, don't pull me." If she didn't serve this little girl well, she wouldn't have peace in the future. When everyone saw Yun Nuashing being chased out to eat by a little girl, they looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. They quickly followed. Nightmare hurriedly followed Yun Nuashing and said, "Although the level of the Heavenly Beast Pavilion isn't as exaggerated as the Holy Heaven Pavilion, it's still used to entertain the younger generation of the Kuin Yuan region. There's a lot of good stuff there." Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly. He didn't really care, but little Purple Soul's eyes lit up when she heard that there would be delicious food. She became even more excited. Yun Nuashing comforted her for a long time before she calmed down. She sat on his shoulder and shook her head. Then she hugged Little Magic, who was sleeping soundly on his head. She rubbed Little Magic's round body with her 2 small hands as if she was kneading dough. She pinched his face into a funny shape. "Woo woo!" Little Magic resisted twice and cried out. Suddenly, he felt that the little girl was rubbing him quite comfortably. He wagged his tail and stopped struggling. Xiao Xian, who was curled up on Yun Nuashing's neck, glanced at him with disdain when she saw this. She rubbed her face against Yun Nuashing's cheek twice before retreating back into Yun Nuashing's collar. The group listened to Nightmare's skillful introduction as they walked toward the Heavenly Beast Pavilion. He had only arrived today, but for some reason he knew more than the others. It could only be said that as the young master of the Nightwalker Alliance, he must have many methods of gathering information that they didn't know about, even if it was just some trivial information. Nightmare led the group to the top floor. That was the best spot. With their status, they naturally wouldn't stay at the bottom floor. However, just as they reached the top floor, Yun Nuashing's expression changed slightly. However, she didn't say anything. The guards on the top floor seemed to have been notified beforehand. They carefully observed the group for a while and didn't stop them. A portion of the people in the Heavenly Beast Pavilion noticed this large group of people. When they saw them walk up to the top floor, their faces trembled slightly. However, when they thought of what had happened not long ago, no one said anything. They knew that this group of people who looked weak had flammable and explosive items. The group found a good spot to sit down. Nightmare called a maid over and gave her some instructions. Then he stretched lazily, ignoring the gazes of all the god kings on this floor. After he finished stretching, he saw that Yun Nuashing had only helped Little Purple Soul settle down. She didn't sit down. She still had Little Magic on her head, and her expression was extremely calm. "Little Star." Xian sharply sensed that something was wrong. She pulled his hand and asked gently, Yun Nuashing replied with a smile, "It's nothing. I'm going to take a walk. Don't worry, I won't cause any trouble." Everyone smiled bitterly. If you put it this way, you would be even more worried. However, looking at his calm expression, they did not say anything. Yun Nuashing nodded and carried little Huan in his arms, then walked to the side. The interior of the Heavenly Beast Pavilion was much bigger than it looked from the outside. The top floor was even more spacious. There weren't many tables and chairs, and there were fewer than the tables and chairs downstairs. After all, only the most outstanding people of the younger generation were allowed to come here. When Yun Nuashing walked around half a circle and passed by some seats, those people raised their heads and glanced at him. When they saw that it was him, the perverted person who had caused such a huge commotion and scared a group of people to death, their cheeks twitched. They looked away unnaturally and pretended that he didn't exist. "Little sister, you Xan." A melodious voice rang out, causing Yun Nuashing to be stunned. He turned his head and looked to the side. Then he saw a lady in green at a table looking at him with a smile. Her face was beautiful, her cheeks were white, and her smile was very sweet. Her voice had some rhythm to it. Obviously, she was a sound lawyer. Yun Nuashing hesitated for a few seconds. After looking at her carefully, he realized that he had seen this woman once in the Johag Galaxy in Spirit State City. She was Qingyu from the pavilion. She was waving at him and inviting him to a gathering. There were a few people beside Qingyu. One of them was a man with his eyes narrowed as he tasted wine. He looked amiable. His long brown hair was loose, and there was a hint of fighting spirit between his eyebrows. There was another woman with fair skin. She looked ethereal. Her pretty face was calm, but her expression was slightly cold. Yun Nuashing had seen these two people once. He seemed to be the Emperor of War on the Kuan Yuan region's supreme list. That person and the Emperor might. Mo Zihan seemed to have some grudges against each other. He didn't expect them to be able to sit at the same table calmly at this time. The other two people seemed to be quite extraordinary as well. There was divine light flowing around their bodies, and there was a transparent airflow flowing between their eyebrows. This was the leaked soul power, which was almost crystallized. It was the symbol of a God-level soul. Not all souls could advance to God level at the same time. These two people were obviously not simple to be able to cultivate at the same time. In the Heavenly Beast Pavilion, it seemed that not many people had noticed how powerful a group of people was sitting at this table. Yun Nuashing paused for a moment. Seeing this, the Emperor of War opened his eyes and smiled at him. He nodded and said with a smile, "Fairy, you knows the past and the present. Although you are only at the demigod level, the strength you revealed made us feel ashamed of our inferiority. It is admirable. I seem to have seen the rise of a god." Emperor might. Mo Zihan rolled her eyes and nodded at Yun Nuashing. Her pretty face stiffened into a smile, as if she had not smiled for a long time. "Hello." Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly, shook his head, and walked over. He nodded at the few people. Qingyu introduced the other man and woman. They were the Wind Emperor and the Array Emperor. One was proficient in the wind element, while the other seemed to have high attainments in magic arrays. The Array Emperor was the Array Emperor. The Array Emperor was that woman. She was thin and small, and when she curled up, she might only be a small ball. Her face had an unhealthy paleness, and her eyes were very weak. Yun Nuashing observed that her aura was very weak. Although she was still in the Divine King realm, he felt that she was weaker than other divine venerable experts. She was very weak. However, her soul was very strong, much higher than her own realm. From what he could sense, it was about the 5th grade of the divine rank. The Wind Emperor was a somewhat thin and weak man. He had a delicate face, a skinny figure, and a head of long blue hair. According to Qingyu, his hair was because he had gone in the wrong direction while cultivating the divine technique. From then on, he could only find a new path by himself. After cultivating the wind and lightning divine origin, his hair had changed from black to this color. He had a perseverance that ordinary people would not be able to achieve. Yun Nuashing also nodded, agreeing with this statement. He was only in the Divine King realm, but he had the courage to find a new path by himself when cultivating the divine technique went wrong instead of giving up and cultivating another divine technique. The sovereign ranking is nothing. It's not hard to admit that others are strong, but Fairy Yu's move really made me feel ashamed. If she attacked, even if I defended with all my strength, I wouldn't be able to last more than a second. The Emperor of War waved his hand nonchalantly when he talked about what he just said. The other three on the sovereign ranking were silent for a while. They nodded. It was true. Don't make fun of me. Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly, being blocked in front of everyone and being forced to fight, just like a monkey in a circus. What's there to mention? Ha! Anyone with a bit of pride wouldn't be able to stand it. Fairy Yu's intimidation method is understandable. The Wind Emperor laughed. If it were me, I would do the same. That guard looked down on people too much. That guard deserved to be hit. That aura was too oppressive. Emperor Might Mo Zihan expressed her opinion concisely. Yun Nuashing was stunned. This girl was also fierce. Qing Yu pulled Yun Nuashing to sit down. He didn't come here to sit, but he didn't expect to see them. He wasn't good at refusing, so he sat down and waited for a while. You came here as a group? Yun Nuashing asked curiously. He didn't expect these people on the sovereign ranking to be together. The Emperor of War nodded and said, "The Saint Spirit's miracle can only be visited once in a lifetime. However, it seems that there aren't more benefits if one's strength is too high. Instead, it will be limited. According to the people who have entered the Saint Spirit's miracle in the past, the Divine King or Divine Emperor realm is probably the best. Of course, it doesn't mean that there aren't any benefits if one's realm is lower. I can't tell you the specifics. In the Saint Spirit's miracle, there is a final place. Every year, the Saint Spirit City will send a few powerful divine kings and divine emperors to bring the strongest 100 or 200 people of the younger generation to the final place. The Array Emperor's voice was very soft and soft. It was as if speaking a little louder would make her feel uncomfortable. But there is a very strong barrier outside the final destination. It is said that it is condensed by the power of the stars and is very strong. It can only be broken by condensing the power of a high-level god. Over the years, no one has ever entered the final destination. What's there? Yun Nuashing's heart moved slightly as she asked. I'm not too sure. Maybe there is a scroll of divine grade divine secret art, or maybe there are many divine grade mystic techniques and mystic skills. Maybe there is a formation that surpasses the divine grade divine restriction. Some people also say that there is the ultimate fate of the stars inside. It is incomparably mysterious. These are all just speculations. No one knows what is inside. Qing Yu shook her head. They also didn't know. Her goal was very clear. She said bluntly that she had taken a fancy to his strange and powerful strength. She wanted to form an alliance with them. If the final place really opened, they would naturally be able to get the most out of it. Moreover, it was a rather special year now. In the past, there would always be people from the demon clan inside. This time, there might be more experts from the demon clan. As they were all from the human clan, they naturally had to gather together. My big family is a little too big. Aren't you worried that the rewards won't be evenly distributed? Yun Nuashing said with a smile. When Qing Yu heard this, she shook her head with a smile. Since you bring about the same number of the strongest youths every time, it is possible that the rewards are enough to be distributed. Moreover, little sister Yusin's group doesn't seem to be that simple. Walking in a formless aura that is emitted, a sea of blood overflows the sky. Corpses of gods and demons lie on the ground, and galaxies collapse. It is just like a group of gods from the end of the world, walking out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, bringing with them a rain of blood. That Wind Emperor smacked his lips. A hint of fear appeared in his eyes. There was no compliment in his words. He truly felt that the aura of Yun Nuoxing's group was extraordinary. It was very terrifying. Their brains must have short-circuited to use their aura to oppress this group of people. And Mo Zihan opened her eyes. She glanced at Yun Nuoxing with lingering fear. Then she looked at Ziyin and Yuan Shi's group, who were stretching their necks to look at them from afar. After a moment, she turned her gaze away and said, Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly. Qing Yu looked at them reproachfully and said, Don't make little sister Yusin's group sound so scary. Yun Nuoxing laughed dryly. After a moment, she said suspiciously, Oh, by the way, isn't there another spirit emperor on the sovereign list? Why didn't you call him? That kid is dead. In the Inyang world, he was killed by the most terrifying existence of absolute violence among the younger generation. At the mention of him, Emperor of War's cheeks twitched. He waved his hand and said, We don't get along with him. That guy can do anything in order to become stronger. He has no bottom line to speak of. I don't like to associate with him. Even though we are both sovereigns of Kuinyuan, we don't have much interaction. We even fought before, but we couldn't completely determine the winner, but it is widely acknowledged that he is stronger. Bat demon cultivator, who specializes in sucking human blood at night. Emperor might used a very simple sentence to describe Spirit Emperor, and then sighed. Spirit Emperor was the #1 person, and it was also because of his ruthlessness that he was able to reach the #1 position. Now that he is dead, the forces behind him probably won't agree, but no one can say anything. That battle was too tragic. The Formation Emperor said with an unnatural expression. They had all heard about the battle in the Inyang world. More than 20,000 people of the younger generation died in that battle, including the experts of the demon race. Moreover, there were even more mid-grade and even high-grade divine tools that were destroyed. At the beginning, they were all shocked and panicked for the divine body, but after hearing about it, especially after knowing the final result, their mood suddenly became inexplicable. They didn't know what to say. It seemed that, apart from being powerful, it could only be described as abnormal. Yun Nuoxing laughed dryly and kept laughing. It seemed that no one recognized him. That would be for the best. There were too many people who died that day, and probably not many people knew what the divine body looked like. This matter would be hidden until the day it couldn't be hidden anymore. Let's wait until that day. Chapter 988. After bumping into Qing Yu's group by chance, Yun Nuoxing sat down and chatted for a while. He drank 2 cups of tea in place of wine before taking his leave. He didn't forget his objective. He stood up and looked at a certain table of people. When he saw that they hadn't left, his gaze suddenly became profound. He turned around and greeted them with a smile. After that, he carried Little Magic and walked towards that table of people. His body began to emit an aura that wasn't obvious but was extremely frightening. That aura. The Wind Emperor's face twitched. This was an aura that originated from the soul. Mountains of corpses, seas of blood, stars falling and galaxies shattering. It was as if he had seen the end of the world. This aura was engraved in the soul and had nothing to do with one's realm. With Yun Nuoxing's previous identity, he could casually pick 1 or 2 of the scenes he had seen in his life. When he stood in front of anyone with this aura, it would make their soul tremble. Does little sister Yusin have some grudges with that table of people? Qing, you looked at the place where Yun Nuoxing walked towards. Mei Mao blinked and asked in confusion. He's oppressing that person with his aura. Mo Zihan glanced at that table of people and closed her eyes. An eye for an eye. The few of them let out a long "oh" to show that they understood. After that, they looked over as if they were watching a show. Yun Nuoxing was emitting a frightening aura from head to toe. His eyes flickered with a colorful light. He was like a demon god. However, he was currently hugging a pet with an expressionless face. He looked like an ignorant little girl hugging a pet. However, the aura he was emitting was extremely frightening, causing everyone to keep quiet out of fear. This contrast was enough to scare people to death. Standing in front of that table of people, Yun Nuashing didn't say anything. He only used his colorful eyes to stare at the person who dared to oppress him with his aura. There were 4 Divine King experts at this table of people. However, no one dared to say anything. The hands that were holding the tea were still trembling slightly. No one dared to look at him. One of them couldn't stand the pressure. His face was covered in sweat. He turned around and wanted to say something, but Yun Nuashing glanced at him indifferently. He immediately swallowed his words and shrunk his neck, unable to say anything. A demigod was able to make 4 god kings bear an indescribable pressure just by standing there. Their bodies were trembling, and they couldn't even speak. Nobody would believe this scene if they heard about it. They would laugh their heads off. However, it was happening right in front of them. Many people were trying their best to hold back their laughter. Their faces were distorted from holding back their laughter. Strong! Emperor of War could not help but exclaim. Mei Mao's eyes sparkled, and she couldn't help but say, I want to bring her home. She's so cute when she's angry. Qing Yu and the others felt their hair stand on end. This guy, Yun Nuashing, and the other 4 did not say anything. He just looked at that person quietly for 10 minutes. The 4 of them were sweating profusely. They couldn't even lift their heads. The aura on his body was getting heavier and more terrifying. Even the people sitting around couldn't help but move away a little. That aura was about to spread over, causing the space to solidify. It was exceptionally terrifying. A few minutes later, Yun Nuashing blinked, and the aura on his body disappeared without a trace. It was as if he had never appeared. He then turned around and walked back to his table. Behind him, the 4 people looked at each other. They were drenched as if they had been fished out of the water. There were even a few puddles of water on the ground. That person's eyes flashed with coldness. However, when he looked at Yun Nuashing, he restrained himself very well. When he passed by Qing Yu and the others' table, Yun Nuashing stopped and chatted with them for a while. Then he returned to sit beside Zian and the others. Boss, that kid doesn't seem to be convinced. Do you want me to teach him a lesson? They had all seen what had just happened. Nightmare glanced at that person and felt the resentment in his heart. He couldn't help but look at Yun Nuashing and ask, Ignore him. If he wants to cause trouble in the divine miracle, there will naturally be a chance. Yun Nuashing shook his head. He was stunned for a moment. You can fight a divine king now. Nightmare laughed embarrassedly. He rubbed his nose and said barely, I have a 70% chance of winning. If the Yama divine technique reaches a small level, I can definitely kill a divine king. It won't be a problem even if it's a 9th revolution divine king. Yun Nuashing looked at him thoughtfully. He was very confident in his words. It was confidence that came from his strength. He wasn't just boasting. He sat down and took a sip of tea. Then he saw that the table that was empty when he left was now filled with a lot of dishes. His eyebrows twitched when he saw the dishes that were full of energy. He took the menu and glanced at it. Then he calmly took a sip of tea. These 20 dishes cost at least 50 kilograms of celestial-grade glazed crystals. Little Purple Soul was busy eating. Her face was dirty from eating. Zian kept putting food in her bowl. She even stopped to wipe the oil stains on her face with a silk handkerchief after 2 bites. She looked like a mother taking care of her daughter. And everyone felt it, and Yun Nuashing was no exception, causing him to stare blankly. The gazes of Yuan Shi and the others immediately became mischievous, and there was a faintly discernible smirk on their faces. At this moment, they were huddled together with Mo Yen and Chu Qin whispering something. Calm down. Yun Nuashing's eyes twitched. After they were full, they returned to the luxurious room. Yun Nuashing slipped out alone. Ming wanted to follow her, but she disappeared when she turned around. She couldn't help but grumble. She had no choice but to sit back down. There was a tall tower in the Holy Spirit City. From the top of the tower, One could see more than half of the Holy Spirit city and enjoy the beautiful scenery. The people on the streets below were only the size of sesame seeds. This tower was also in the central area of the Holy Spirit city. It didn't take much effort to see the Heavenly Beast Pavilion. The tower where the 4 statues of dragons and phoenixes were located was about the same height as this tower. Yun Nuashing stood at the edge of the tower. He leaned his elbow against the low wall and rested his chin on his palm. He looked lazy. His slender body extended into an enchanting curve. Beside him stood a middle-aged man with a small beard. He hid his powerful aura very well. It was completely hidden inside his body. Looking down at the scenery of the human world from a high place was a way of resting that Yun Nuashing liked very much in the past. He could watch without moving for more than 10 days if there was no one by his side. Even in this life, this hobby did not disappear. Looking down at the scenery below had already become an instinctive action, just like how he was looking down at the Holy Spirit city below with lifeless eyes and watching the 100 families busy themselves. After about 5 minutes, Yun Nuashing stretched. When he saw that the middle-aged man beside him still didn't say anything, he couldn't help but frown. "Speak. I'm already here. Why are you looking for me? You just met and you're already asking for help. If you don't tell me more clearly, I won't understand." The middle-aged man glanced at Yun Nuashing. He was one of the few decision-makers in the Holy Spirit city. Many people would treat him with respect when they saw him. Even if they didn't recognize him, those who could see through his strength would more or less respect him. He didn't expect to see someone who didn't have any feelings for him today. This made him a little surprised. "I do have something that I need your help with. However, this is related to the Holy Spirit miracle. Although the Holy Spirit miracle is open to the younger generation and there are no requirements, there are some secrets that can't be told to anyone. Therefore, before we talk, can you tell me who you are?" The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and said softly. Yun Nuashing glanced at him and rubbed her hair with her slender fingers. This scene was somewhat confusing. The middle-aged man's heart skipped a beat. However, after looking at her for a while, he smiled bitterly and shook his head. He sighed in his heart. The taste of youth. This little girl is already so charming when she's only a demigod. When she becomes a god one day, TSK, will there be a few beauties in this world who will disturb the world? Tisk, it's a pity that I'm already old. If only I were a few 100,000 years younger. Yun Nuashing didn't know what he was thinking about. At this moment, her mind was spinning for a while. Suddenly, she said with a faint smile, "It's related to the so-called final destination." The middle-aged man's hand trembled slightly. He wasn't too surprised. Anyone with a higher status who could come into contact with the past of the Holy Spirit miracle, such as someone in a force who had been to the final destination, would know about the existence of this place. In other words, someone in this little girl's background had been there before? Yun Nuashing flicked her long hair and said with a faint smile, "I know why you came to me. The barrier of the final destination is related to the power of the stars. Moreover, it requires the power of a high-level god to open it. My master mentioned it to me before." He seemed to be a little interested. After all, several generations of disciples have been there. However, he didn't know what it was like inside. He was a little concerned. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes. Sure enough, she could be chosen to go to the final destination every time. In addition, this girl was terrifyingly strong. There must be a strong person behind her who cultivated her wholeheartedly. The force behind this girl might have some background, since it's easier to say. He nodded. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Yun Nuashing raise her hand to stop him. He couldn't help but be stunned. Yun Nuashing continued, "But I alone can launch an attack comparable to a high-level god. Even I can find that place. I can wait for all of you to fail and then, well, as long as you understand what I mean, it's fine." The middle-aged man's eyes suddenly became fierce. He had sensed the power of the starlight beam. It had indeed reached the level of a high-level god. He knew what she said was true. However, in this case, they wouldn't allow the final destination to be occupied by anyone other than them. If this girl was willing to cooperate, it would be fine. However, since she had said so, it was obvious that she had the intention to monopolize the final destination. The Holy Spirit miracle couldn't be closed just like that. Many forces were paying attention to this place. If they closed it hastily, it would arouse suspicion. Thus, they had no other choice. "Oh, you don't have to think about threatening me to make me stay. Didn't my companions say that this small place—" "Well, it's not right to say that. You can't make us stay in this small place." As if she had guessed what he was thinking, Yun Nuashing grinned. "In the Holy Spirit City, the strongest forces are 1 late-stage Great God, 3 middle-stage Great God, for early-stage Great God, and those below the Emperor of the Underworld. This might seem frightening, but it's not enough. Even if you seal the space, I can still call for my master's help. Moreover, he can arrive instantly. Oh, by the way, my companions and I don't belong to the same force. The forces they can call for are enough to do many things here. Do you understand?" The middle-aged man's expression trembled slightly. Some hidden forces weren't revealed in the Holy Spirit City. How did he know? Even if I'm standing in front of you, you won't be able to make me stay. Yun Nuashing slowly took out a huge hammer from her body and casually placed it on the ground. She was already very light, but the huge weight still made the entire tower shake. From afar, it looked like the tower was swaying. A 12th rank eternal divine weapon. The terrifying aura emitted by the huge black hammer made the middle-aged man's breathing stagnate. He immediately recognized the weapon's grade. His face couldn't help but twitch. Now he was completely sure that this little girl came from some great force. Perhaps she was one of the big shots in the realm of the gods. Not every force had the courage to let their disciple run out with a 12th rank eternal divine weapon. This disciple status was definitely not low. Yun Nuashing leaned back against the hammer's handle and crossed her arms. She looked at the middle-aged man with a faint smile. The latter looked at her silently. He felt that it was a wrong choice to come out and meet her today. He had dug his own grave and jumped into it himself. Originally, he wanted her to go through the back door and enter the final destination so that she could help break the barrier. Who would have thought that she would be led by the nose? After a moment of silence, the middle-aged man shook his head helplessly and sighed. All right. In that case, what are you here to discuss? With your conditions, it seems that you don't have to come here to talk about anything. Yun Nuashing scratched her head. Weren't you the one who asked me to come? The middle-aged man, sensing the awkward atmosphere, Yun Nuashing let out a dry cough and said, Then let me ask you something. When did the divine miracle exist here? When? The middle-aged man was stunned. This question was really strange. Wasn't this something that everyone knew? If we trace back to history, it should be about 4 or 5 eras ago. But at the beginning, even if someone knew about this place, they just treated it as a strange, secret realm and couldn't open it. It wasn't until about 1,000 years ago that we found a way to enter the divine miracle. You found a way to open it. Yun Nuashing was a little surprised. The middle-aged man nodded lightly. It took a long time to open it. It is filled with the power of the stars and the fate of the stars. It is very attractive, especially for the strong of the younger generation. With the force behind you, you should know that the divine miracle doesn't allow people with high realms to enter. The main thing is that the strong rules that come with the beginner god will cause the order inside to collapse, causing the space to collapse. Yun Nuashing nodded and pretended to know, but he was clear about the latter part. Initial god-rank people would begin to condense the laws and causality on their bodies. This would not be manifested normally. It was just a formless influence that could not be detected in the god's world. But if one went to the middle plane or the lower plane, it would be easily manifested. The laws possessed by people from the higher plane were not something that people from the lower plane could compare with. It would be very easy to erase them, as effortless as blowing off dust. When he thought of this, he was even more certain that the ancient life was not originally from the upper plane, nor was it a life form that lived in the center of the void of the 8 elements realm. Some people had deduced that it was a life form from the lower plane, but it had relied on its own strength to step into the upper plane. Its rule principle had gradually strengthened, and in the end it was equivalent to a life form from the upper plane and could not be restrained. Now, there was a saint, spirit miracle, and a person with a strong rule principle could not appear. Was this some kind of hint? High-level gods will be suppressed to the realm of God Emperor when they enter, and with the richness of the star's fate, it won't be too attractive to middle-level gods. It is more suitable for beginner gods and demigods. Because of the rules, magic weapons are not allowed to appear in it. Even if they appear, their power will be suppressed. Otherwise, the space will collapse. The middle-aged man glanced at him and said, "We once sent people in with eternal weapons, but they were still suppressed." The person who created this secret realm might be a person of that realm. It's not surprising that he can suppress eternal weapons and high-level gods. Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes. Was the middle-aged man trying to remind him that he couldn't use eternal weapons in there? In this way, if you want to break the barrier, you can only test those who are strong enough, those who can challenge people of a higher level. I know it's very difficult. There is a limit to how much a person can challenge people of a higher level. But if a group of people who can challenge people of a higher level gather together, they might be able to reach the level of a high-level god, right? "Sorry, I can do it alone," Yun Nuashing said lightly. The middle-aged man was speechless. This little guy is just here to hurt people. Ahem, back to the topic. Yun Nuashing coughed and smiled faintly. "It's not impossible for me to help. You know, I may be able to solve it alone." "Of course, I may not be able to solve it. Things are still unknown, aren't they? But if I can solve it alone, wouldn't it be a loss if I bring a group of people I don't know? Such an algorithm. Well, that's what I mean." The middle-aged man's cheeks twitched. This little guy is asking for a reward or compensation. "What do you want?" The middle-aged man said weakly. "I don't know." Yun Nuashing scratched his head. The middle-aged man was speechless. Was this girl playing with him like a monkey? "Yeah, I really don't know what to ask from you. I don't like to help for free. I won't be able to live with myself if you ask for anything. But I don't know what to ask for. What you have, my family might have as well." Yun Nuashing spread her hands helplessly. The middle-aged man was speechless. It was reasonable, but why did he feel uncomfortable when he heard it? He couldn't help it. After all, it sounded like his faction was more powerful. They dared to let their disciple carry a rank 12 eternal divine weapon outside. Anyway, his faction couldn't do that. It wasn't that the Holy Spirit City didn't have eternal divine weapons, but they didn't have a rank 12 eternal divine weapon. That was something that only gods could forge. It was an existence that could be placed anywhere. In short, please do me a favor first. I will ask the guide to bring you and your companions to the final destination. Once it's done, we can talk about the reward when we come back. The middle-aged man was mentally and physically exhausted. Why was it so difficult to talk to this little guy? He felt that it wasn't even that tiring to fight 30,000 rounds with people of the same realm. What if there's nothing in the final destination? Yun Nuashing tilted her head. What if it's just a bluff? What if there's something inside that can't be taken? In the end, we've come here for nothing. What if you're exasperated and want to go back on your word? The middle-aged man's face was haggard. As long as you can help to open the barrier, it doesn't matter what's inside. After that, whatever you want, as long as it's within my power, I'll satisfy it. Is that okay? Looking at his slightly frantic look, Yun Nuashing snickered in her heart. She stuck out her tongue and said, "Then it's settled. I've recorded everything you said just now in a jade slip. If you go back on your word, I'll ask my master to beat you." The middle-aged man staggered and almost fell from the tower. He glared at her. Wasn't this little guy too well prepared? "Don't worry. The middle-aged man squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If they hadn't coveted the final destination for a long time, they wouldn't be in such a passive position, led by a little girl. As an emperor god expert, he had never been in such a difficult situation. The middle-aged man sent Yun Nuashing away with a conflicted look. He had some doubts about life. He thought that he had invited a little guy and told him some things, and the little guy would help him eagerly. After all, there were many people who wanted to enter the final destination. It had an inexplicable charm. He didn't expect to invite an ancestor. She was so cunning. Even if she couldn't get any benefits, she still had to put up a condition. This was a loss. Rank 12 eternal divine weapon. When he saw the hammer just now, he knew that there was nothing to talk about. As for blocking them from entering, they couldn't afford to offend a force that could take out a rank 12 eternal divine weapon. In the end, there would be a lot of trouble. Moreover, there was a high chance that the Holy Spirit City would compromise. Those little guys could still enter. They might even incur the wrath of several giants. Sigh. Faint sadness. If I had known, I wouldn't have called this little girl. Perhaps there wouldn't be so much trouble. The middle-aged man didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He sighed and said, "Even if we didn't negotiate and just let someone bring her in. That little girl is very cunning. She might have understood the moment she saw it. In the end, she went in without us knowing." Thinking of this, his smile became even more bitter. In the end, the little girl was the one in charge. She had always been the one in charge. Talking about the conditions now was just a fight for the qualification to let the people of the Holy Spirit City and the other young experts enter. After all, if Yun Nuashing didn't say anything, even if the final destination was explored by others, they wouldn't know. The possibility of this was very high. Headache, headache, headache. The middle-aged man shook his head and sighed. He walked into the tower and sighed 3 times with each step. He felt that he had to rest for a while. His head hurt as if he was pregnant